Distinguished guests, dear friends, welcome to the Home for Cooperation. On behalf of the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research, we are pleased to welcome you all to the International Conference, Education in Conflict, Conflict in Education. Dear friends, many scholars and intellectuals, among them Marx, Weber and Zimmer, discuss conflict as a source of social change, but also disintegration. Some of them consider it to be an unavoidable element of human societies, or even as its natural and necessary part. Louis José approaches conflict as a normal and functional part of human life, relates it with something that we are trying to achieve. The existence of different possible ways of reaching our goals opens up opportunities for negotiations and different types and levels of conflict, such as the level or lack of violence and its factional consequences. For the American sociologists, when people perceive conflict as a means to achieve clearly rational goals, then the conflict tends to be less violent. On the other side, the more individuals are involved with the group, the greater is the emotional involvement and the greater is the likelihood of violent conflict when the group is being perceived to be threatened. Furthermore, a violent conflict is more possible when the goals of a group are seen to be transcendent. According to José, as long as the efforts of a group are understood to be directed toward everyday concerns, people will tend to moderate their emotional involvement and thus keep conflict at the rational level. If, on the other hand, we see the goals of our group as being greater than the group and the concerns of daily life, the conflict is more likely to be violent. It is obvious that for us that long-standing intractable conflicts are marked by both an intense emotional involvement and groups' transcendental goals. In this respect, education, as the main means of socialization and social identity development, has a key role to play on how a conflict will develop and what direction will take. Through the transmission of knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes across generations, education may function as a driver of conflict or can contribute to conflict transformation. Bush and Sartarelli, in a report they have prepared for UNICEF Innocent Research Center in 2000, referred to the two phases of education in ethnic conflict. As the scholars indicate, in many conflicts around the world, education is part of the problem, as it serves to divide and antagonize groups both intentionally and unintentionally. Taking into consideration that education may have either a constructive or a destructive impact on the conflict, they call for the support of an education aimed at peace building, aiming at peace building. For educational initiatives that seek to deconstruct structures of violence and construct structure of peace. An education which focuses on non-violent ways of responding to conflict and contributing to social transformation by educating people about new arrangements for political representation, justice, and policy.
Dear colleagues, dear scholars, dear friends, thank you, Kyriakou. At this point, I would like to give some information about the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. By the way, Kyriakous Kakoulides is the president of the association, and I'm the vice president of the association. We have a board, bi-communal and multicultural board. The Association for Historical Dialogue and Research with the aim to contribute to the peace-building process in our island, invested in the constructive role that education may play in intercommunal conflict by initiating 10 years ago in 2003. The public discussion in Cyprus in regards to history teaching and its role in the contribution of the intercommunal conflict was our interest. Since 2004, we have organized in close collaboration with the Council of Europe a series of teachers' professional development seminars on history teaching, initiating our own methodological approach based on the collaboration of educators from both communities working together with an international expert from Council of Europe. We managed to enrich the methodology implemented by the Council of Europe. One of the end products of this work is the trilingual publication on the social and cultural history of Cyprus, a look to our past, which can be found on all schools across the existing divide. We have also done pioneering research in the field of intercommunal relations. The former mixed villages in Cyprus and the perceptions of teachers from both communities on history of Cyprus and history teaching. Partially based on this research, we have published alternative supplementary educational materials for history teaching, and that can be used in both the educational systems that function across the existing divide. All our publications you can find online. It is available online. Quite recently, the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research has undertaken an intensive and all-inclusive process of developing a policy paper on how it envisions education in a multicultural, multilingual, and multi-faith society in Cyprus. We are proud to say that the association's policy paper, which also was based on contributions from educators, researchers, education specialists, and unionists, as well as a communication strategy in which all interested individuals and organizations had the opportunity to submit their views and ideas on the issue via various mediums, has been acknowledged as good practice in the field of education in the latest report on human rights situation in Cyprus by the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. The organization of the conference that we are here today, Education in Conflict, Conflict in Education, is another step to these efforts by the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. Would you like to say some more things?
The conference aimed to provide an opportunity for reflection on the role and the place of education in conflict-ridden societies. We'll discuss concrete pedagogical tools, examples, ideas, and practices on how education and educational projects could help societies dealing with conflict more beyond the vicious circle of violence of all types. Hosting scholars from different sociopolitical settings such as Israel, Palestine, Northern Ireland, the Balkans, South Africa, India, Pakistan, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, Middle East, and of course Cyprus. This conference will provide an invaluable opportunity to sit with academics and educators. On this first day, there will be 3 sessions with presentation of speakers on a specific topic, summarized by a responder who will make some connection between the presentation taken and takes a position and shows some relevance to the arguments inside on the Cyprus reality. All sessions will close with an open discussion to which all participants are encouraged to participate. In the AHDR's effort to bridge the gap between theory and practice, the conference will combine the theoretical discussions with workshops specifically designed for educators and practitioners on tomorrow Sunday. Before we leave the floor, we would like to extend AHDR's gratitude to all the distinguished scholars who responded positively to our invitation to take part to this conference. More particularly, we would like to thank Dr. Eliza Balkan, Dr. Corina Korostedina, Dr. Ara Makkali, Dr. Monique Ekman, Dr. Pamela Christie, who will be with us on Skype, Dr. Goan Levy, who will, all these are giving the presentations today. And of course, we'll have to thank Mrs. Shea Zeni and Dr. Gal Harman and Mr. Luis Logaidis, who are going to deliver the workshops tomorrow. Furthermore, we would like to thank Mr. Dr. Michalinos Zengilas, the scientific consultant of the conference. We would also like to thank the organizing committee, and most particularly Loisos Lukaidis and Suleiman Gelener, board members of the AHDR. Last but not least, a great thanks goes to the people who work in the administrative part of the conference, Mrs. Levki Lambru, Mrs. Shirin Zerta, and Mrs. Ocean Rocher. We hope to enjoy the conference.
So, we start with the first session entitled Historical Dialogue and Reconciliation in Education. We'll have two presentations and then a response. The first presentation is by Professor Eliza Balkan. I'll just say a few things about Professor Balkan. Eliza Balkan is a professor of international and public affairs and the director of the Human Rights Concentration at Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. He was the founding director of the Institute for Historical Justice and Reconciliation in The Hague. Professor Balkan served on the Institute's board of directors before becoming co-director in 2007 and director in 2008. Professor Balkan is a historian by training and received his PhD from Brandeis University. His research interests focus on human rights and on the role of history in contemporary society and politics and the response to gross historical crimes and injustices. His human rights work seeks to achieve conflict resolution and reconciliation by bringing scholars from two or more sides of a conflict together and employing historical methodology to create shared narratives across political divides. Professor Balkan's other current research interests include refugee repatriation, comparative analysis of historical commissions, shared sacred sites, and the question of human rights impact specifically with regard to redress and transitional justice. Professor Balkan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, to have the opportunity to speak with you and to interact and to learn from you and from the other guest speakers. And I particularly want to thank the host for inviting me. So I'm going to talk about historical conflict and historical dialogue. I'm not going to talk about education specifically, but more in general on the role of history in conflict resolution and the ability or the need to include attention to history in conflict resolution. The field of historical dialogue is actually placed between the field of transitional justice and conflict resolution. And as it will become transparent, I would argue that there has to be more proactive, not just an analysis, but more proactive policies that have to include the study of history as part of conflict resolution. So, what do we mean by historical dialogue? That's the first question that I think we need. And I think that generally speaking, I would define that is that it's a field of scholarship and advocacy which addresses conflict and post-conflict society that engage with the memories of their violent past. Historical dialogue studies the impact of the memory of violence has on contemporary politics, and is informed by the recognition that many contemporary conflicts germinate from the memory of the past violence. This is particularly critical because understanding the past is both malleable and fundamental to the identity of the nation. And as such, it is subject to reconfiguration and manipulation towards political ends. So historical dialogue aims to counter nationalist manipulation by promoting open conversation and engaging participation from all sides of the conflict in order to facilitate greater recognition and narrowing the sectarian differences. In other words, the goal of historical dialogue is to contribute to conflict transformation, to peace building, democracy promotion, and reconciliation. These narratives, in turn, address root causes of conflicts and add to the goal of building sustainable peace, to foster empathy for alternative perspectives and facilitates the construction of new public culture, both of which shape stronger civic democratic participation and identity in the long term. So, historical dialogue is something that does take place. It's not something that has to be invented. It's not a new goal, but it has to be recognized because it happens in a variety of fields, in academia, in journalism, in education, in cultural production, in film, in art, in literature, but it is not a field that is recognized as such. People who operate in education are much less, don't interact with people with historians, with scholars who write on that, and people in conflict resolution don't interact so much with transitional justice. So I think that the challenge is primarily not to create a new thing, but to recognize the identity that all of those people are involved in a similar kind of work. So what I mean by that is that advocacy and scholarship of historical dialogue aim to empirically narrow sectarian perspectives of past violence, to challenge national or ethnic mythologies of heroism, exceptionalism, and victimhood by explicating the ways history is misused to perpetuate conflict and to enhance open public discussion about the past and acknowledge the importance of history to the resolving of conflict. So let me say a few comments on the approach of conflict resolution to the past, with all due respect to what you're going to hear later. I will generalize more than on about the questions of conflict resolution. So conflict resolution describes multi-party efforts to bring peace to an ongoing conflict. It includes negotiations and mediations of various types, engaging the sides to a conflict, investigating their goals, ideologies, and motives, among others. So conflict resolution or conflict transformation experts direct their attention and analysis at the disentangling the current situation and forming a plan for the future. Now, I think this is very important, especially in light of what we're going to hear later, I believe, because there is important work that is done within conflict resolution that does address the past. But that is actually a minority approach, and most of conflict resolution addresses the future, not the past. To the degree that the structural root factors are engaged by conflict resolution, the focus is on the current manifestation of the enmity, not on the memories of past violence. The field mostly ignores the past relationship between the stakeholders and the memory of the violent past as an independent constitutive elements of the conflict. So just to give you a couple of examples, there is something that is called Global Peace Index, which is backed by a lot of luminaries and is being published annually, it doesn't, among the 20 indicators that are examined by the index, none is devoted to the past relations and the impact of memory or historical violence has on contemporary conflict. And there are similar studies by other Carnegie Endowment, etc., that ignore the past and don't address it. Now, what should we know about the past in general? Because in the minority cases where the past is recognized as a factor of a conflict, it is viewed as something that the parties have to overcome, meaning ignore or resolve. You forget about the past, think about the future, don't engage with the past. That is almost invariably the comment that conflict experts are telling us. Although the questions of various beliefs of the protagonist is always central to the discussion, so it's not that people are not recognized that there are differences between the sides, views that knowledge of the past and of the history are included as a background and are treated as permanent and consistent. The rationale is that the past happened, it cannot be changed, and therefore has to be overcome. Yet, as historians, or as historians in general know very well, historical interpretations are anything but permanent. New histories continuously change and they transform the understanding of the past. There is a tension between the belief that history cannot be changed and the widespread recognition that is malleable. It is most clearly illustrated in the notion, those of you who are familiar with those invented traditions or imagined communities, that are popular concepts among historians or within history that describe the plasticity of the past and are the bread and butter of the historical profession. So once we recognize that even if one cannot change what happened in the past, our understanding of the past is malleable, the question is raised on how this understanding contributes to conflict transformation and peace building. So what I suggest is that the goal of historical dialogue is to answer that dilemma. The challenge for historical dialogue is to transform the history of a conflict from a liability to a resource in conflict resolution. To imagine the engagement of the memory of past conflicts as an opportunity to develop the mechanism of acknowledgement and of reciprocal recognition and to facilitate the opening of confidence building. So the challenge of conflict resolution. The field of conflict resolution has matured and professionalized greatly over the last generation. The terms that are used now include such as peace building, dispute resolution, conflict management, conciliation, reconciliation, and the growing use of the term conflict transformation. This is partially not because the growth of the field is one thing, but the failures is another thing. The inability to resolve conflict is what nurtured the growth of the field. And in many cases, we are faced with protracted conflict. So the diminished expectations manifested in part by the terminology, such as the example for the diminished use of the word resolution and reconciliations, which are viewed more as long-term aspiration than as policy goal, and the increased use of conflict transformation or management. The shift to conflict transformation terminology conveys an attempt to structurally change the system that sustains the conflict as in tension with conflict management, which sees the conflict as irresolvable and therefore aims to make the situation more bearable but not resolve it. In this sense, conflict management is a conservative approach that aims to change little, and in cases where there is a critical imbalance between the sides, obviously conflict management works in favor of the strong party. Conflict transformations, in contrast, sees the radical change of structures and systems which give rise to violence and justice. The structural transformation introduces a human rights perspective into addressing conflict, including focusing on the role of the state, systems of governance, and issues of power. The root causes in exploring the causes of conflict, the focus is often on insecurity, inequality, private incentives and interests, but more rarely on historical grievances. This list is similar to the reason advanced to human rights violation. So even if human rights are not an explicit component of that, they are generated by similar structural causes. So usually, however, even when historical grievances are generally recognized, they are not addressed. The focus is almost always on insecurity, inequality, on private incentives. The analysis includes intrastate violence by state and non-state actors, political and civil rights violations, as well as the discriminations of economic, social, and cultural rights. These violations are critical in each phase, but in striving to reach a post-conflict condition during peace negotiations, the focus is on the future, as I said, ignoring the memories of political violence that instigated the conflict, even when analyzing such issues as minority rights or ensuring protections and redress for refugees and civilians. The goal is to establish a mechanism to build confidence and security for avoiding future rights violations. The inclusion of human rights as a field and as an advocacy in conflict resolution is complex, largely beyond the purview of this paper. But it is important for me to mention that both communities of human rights advocates and of conflict resolution professionals have a great deal of overlap and often address similar issues from diverse perspectives. So the question is, what is the advantage that engaging with human rights bring to conflict resolution? It should be made clear that demands for fundamental changes and insistence on redress of human rights may be viewed as aiming to underscore structural grievances and actually increase the risk of conflict. The emphasis on human rights, while it's positive in its own way, can actually increase the risk of conflict. But analogous to the attention to the memory of violence, I would like to claim that foregrounding human rights and the questions of redress does not create additional points of conflict. Rather, it gives voice to explicit demands in a language that can be understood beyond an exclusive sectarian perspective. So both the language of human rights and of conflict resolution, what does, it enables to translate the specific demands into recognition that is possible across the sectarian demand. It goes without saying that no methodology promises success, even if its own terms. Therefore, the inclusion of human rights must be done in a manner that emphasizes problem solving rather than exclusively adversarial presentation. This is particularly challenged since power-holding constituencies need to look beyond their immediate interests and incorporate broader long-term considerations. This is critical in discussing differences in substance and identity that is going beyond the recognition of the other as individual, but also engages substantive demands. Let me say a couple of words about conflict resolution and transitional justice. Transitional justice, as we all know, I think, has developed very large, mostly over the last generation, and it's the most obvious way in which conflict resolution engages with the past. However, transitional justice, if in the 90s, the main question was whether peace versus justice, since then, the assertion has become peace and justice, truth and justice. Now, the focus on truth and justice is great if it were true. The problem is that these assertions of peace and justice, the claim that peace cannot come without justice, is an assertion. It's not something that we can actually verify empirically. And although there are some studies that the variables are great, and I'm happy in the discussion period to talk about it, but we have to remember that two things with regard to transitional justice. The first is that it's a conviction that truth and justice go together rather than actually empirically verifiable. And secondly, and that is very important, is that the notions of truth in transitional justice focuses much more on individual issues rather than on group questions. So the truth is not similar to the way that historians discuss truth, but it is truth that is specifically to individuals and the individual suffering. So when, for instance, we hear that transitional justice provisions found their way into the peace agreement with regard to, let's say, Nepal, that is at a general level of a declaration, but in practice, there is no evidence to actually transitional justice mechanisms that are involved in peace resolution. It should be made explicit that engaging historical memories in conflict resolution is not an extension of transitional justice. Historical dialogue, to my mind, looks beyond individual accountability, often focus on social memories of the conflict, and on social memories that are too old to include existing living survivors and or definitely perpetrators, but survivors usually they are often younger and they survive longer than the perpetrators. Even when there are individuals to hold accountable, historical dialogue does not aim at legal justice or at retributive policies, but rather at engaging the sides to the conflict with the goal of developing empathy and recognition of joint multi-perspective understanding of the past and challenging a zero-sum rivalry. It is also important to recognize that while in many conflicts both sides have a certain measure of culpability, bridging histories does not aim to diminish guilt and responsibility, and in some cases the responsibility is dramatically lopsided, and there is a recognition of just to make sure that I give it perhaps a couple of concrete examples. Historical dialogue, clearly, perhaps the most clear example of a historical dialogue, the needs for historical dialogue that goes beyond transitional justice is the Armenian-Turkish case, where there are no survivors of any that is not involved with it, and it's only the memory of the violence that is involved, and it's not the individual memories. Or for instance, if we look at Northeast Asia, although there are a small number of individuals who survived still, the focus is, this is an area where the memories of the violence drive the political agenda of three of the largest world economies, and while they can engage and discuss economic relationship, they are not able to actually overcome and engage in a serious manner with historical dialogue. Let me say a few words on the limits of reconciliation. So national or post-conflict reconciliation goals can be viewed along a spectrum for expansive, deep, tight cooperation, such as between Germany and France, to minimal, non-violent coexistence, which is mostly the situation in the Western Balkans. In domestic cases, the agreement over the past has to facilitate, at the very least, sufficient accommodation to peacefully cooperate in a manner that enable the construction of a relationship between the government and the citizen to adequately establish functional political institutions. So reconciliation doesn't have to be a lovey-dovey affair, but it does have to enable a society to function. So Bosnia, for example, cannot be considered to have achieved such as the state of reconciliation. Critical work is and can be done through fostering relationship between people, religious or ethnic groups, which includes political, economic, social, and cultural relationships. But these observations point to important components of reconciliation, but convey primarily an aspiration, not a plan of action. It is not explain how to bridge narrow reconciliation, lack of violence, to the desire for deeper reconciliation of what includes interaction and building cultural relations. So what is the role of historical dialogue in this context? I would say that the role of historical dialogue is to work towards minimal coexistence rather than a deep reconciliation, and to achieve, to emphasize non-violence that is not destroying each other, or putting it differently, to develop a minimally decent society and political tolerance. The view of reconciliation is distinctly different from the more aspirational, often religiously motivated desire to require antagonists and victims to forgive past violence and horrific crimes. And I think we saw that yesterday very much in the movie. Okay? Okay, in that case I'll shorten the discussion. Let me try and conclude in a few minutes by focusing on that I think that the recognition of malleable historical dialogue, the idea that we can change the way that historical narrative is done, is faced with a major challenge. And that is that historians, who are the most important scholars who write on history, are never engaged in those forums. There is a lot of resources that are available in societies, but historians work as individuals. They don't participate in projects of this kind. And there is a challenge of how to engage those historians in the writing of a narrative. Now, the historical research is different than writing textbooks. And I'm happy to talk about textbooks, but I think that what I want us to take, the take-home point that I want from this talk to be, is that there is a need to engage historians in developing, in writing new shared narratives, bridging and diminishing the national mythologies, and engaging the other side and answering the concerns through developing of empathy. That's the first point. The second point is the need to develop shared terminology that goes beyond the specific fields at the moment that exist. So we're going to hear in a few minutes from, primarily I would assume, from social psychology perspective. But within political science and the politics of conflict resolution, that doesn't take place. So I think that the most important component is to recognize that the people in the fields of historical education, people in the field in political science, advocacy groups, there is a whole field of commemorations and memorials, and all of that is being is in most cases contributing to conflict aggravation, not conflict resolution. So the important thing is, what I find most frustrating, to put it in mildly, is that when conflict resolution people say forget about the past because you can't change it, people don't forget about the past. It means leaving the field of the historical dialogue to nationalists. And so the recognition that the need to engage with history is not a luxury that can be done without. It's not something we can just look for the future, but unless we engage with it, it is going to be exploited by nationalists in order to aggravate the conflict. Now, you have your own stories here. If I were more brave, I would speak about Russia, Ukraine, and Crimea, but when I have my colleague here, I would not do so. But it's clearly that if we try, I'll just say a couple of words. But if we see the ability and the rationale that Putin is putting forward to occupy Crimea rather than the Ukraine, and the questions of what is Russian and what is not Russian, this is not something that can be addressed on an ad hoc basis. These are very long-term beliefs that sustain the national ideology. So dealing with historical dialogue is not an emergency measure. It is something that has to be engaged and recognized over a long period of time. It has to be professionalized, until there is a field that recognizes as an identity, until there is a field that recognizes an identity, it will be continued to be a problem. This field has to recognize all the subfields in order to bring it together. The great invention of transitional justice, and the reason that transitional justice has become such a catchphrase in every country that is in conflict, what do? They form a truth commission. Or the discussion is about the truth commission. The issue with historical dialogue is that it has no identity. And that's the challenge of how to develop that kind of an identity. We're in Colombia involved in that, and I'd be happy if I had time to speak about it more, but maybe we can talk about it in some of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Balkan. We move to the next presentation by Galina Kostelina. Galina Kostelina is an associate professor at the School for Conflict Analysis and Resolution at George Mason University, the director of the program on History, Memory, and Conflict. She is a leading expert on identity-based conflicts, peace, culture, conflict resolution, and peace building. Her recent interests include the study of intergroup insult, civilian devastation, the processes of politicization of history education, and reconciliation in conflict and post-conflict societies.
Hello. First of all, I really want to thank everyone who is here for coming this wonderful weekend instead of spending time somewhere on the beach, sitting here in this room. Second of all, I really want to thank you, everyone who organized this conference, for inviting, for your wonderful hospitality. Thank you very much. And also thank you, Professor Barkan, for making the context for my presentation. It's really given a very good overarching idea for what I will speak right now. Actually, there is some structural violence in academic world. You write your book for a year and then you have 30 minutes to present. So I will try to do my best in this situation. And I want to start with probably some question. If we speak about the continuum from past, present, and future, what do you think is the most important orientation of history education? Past, present, or future? What do you think?
Past.
Okay, I have past. Who else?
Future.
Who is for future? Can you put your hands. Yes, please, yes, I need more hands, exactly. This is exactly what we're talking about. Then the idea of history education is not tell us or create something about the past. The role of history education is to create particular connotations of intergroup relations and particular meanings of power. This is what I will speak today. So when we speak about history education and social identity, I identify three major functions of history education in the development of social identity. First of all, history education helps to establish connotation of in-group identity. What is history? What children take from their history lessons? Maybe some facts, maybe some names, but the most important, they develop strong belief in particular intergroup relations. They know who are their enemies, who are their allies, who are their friends, and if they read alternative history, it's huge resistance, because this is not can be true, right? This is a deep belief ideas what right in the world. Second of all is justify intergroup relations and social hierarchies in society, patterns of exclusion and inclusion in society. And third is legitimize power structures. So let me speak about each of these functions. First of all, establishment connotations with group identity. History education really play a very important role in creating social identities, providing feelings of security, because social historic continuity provides you ideas where you come from, where you're going, and it also provides very important defense and security from the threats to social identity. When we speak about second function, justification of meaning of in-group relations and social hierarchies, we really speak about establishment on foundational myths. And I don't think that in this particular group I have to speak what myth is not fairy tale, right? Myth is where people actually live in, something they really believe in, is their reality. And as Asian belief live with gods, the same we live with our gods, right? We know who are our prototypes, historic prototypes, we know who are, why we are victimized, we know what they did to us, who perpetrators, so we still live in reality created by these foundational myths. It's also providing ideas of the mission of the nation. You know all these very interesting discussions. I was working on the project with Armenia, Azerbaijan and Georgia, a common history project, and one of the major discussions there was, it sounds unbelievable, who was the first Neanderthal? Was he Azerbaijani, Georgian or Armenian? It's exactly how you can impose mission of the nation to the particular past. So you define an obligation of different groups within the nation, what particular group should do, and it's also legitimize social structures and ideas of justice. What exactly we were speaking about? Idea of justice itself, meaning of justice itself, completely defined through history education, how we present history in the nation. Also, and finally, legitimization of power structures. So, it's provide accounts of power structures, it's providing rights for ruling elite. Why particular group has power over others? Why, speaking about Ukraine, and probably it's just to explain why I'm actually originally from Crimea. Yes, so if we speak about Crimea, why is Russia, not Ukraine, should rule in Crimea? So all this legitimization of power is very important. So some theoretical background which I put in this particular book, which I'm speaking today about, is how we actually, what function of history education, these three functions which I just presented for you. And I try to explain how these three functions can be understood through social identity theories, and establishment connotation of in-group identity can be understood through the impact of social identity on personal beliefs, norms and values. Justification of intergroup relations can be perceived through perception of intergroup relations, and finally legitimization of power through interrelations between identity and conflict. And acquisition of in-group norms and beliefs and values is based on a lot of social identity theories. I don't have time to go through all of them, just to mention maybe some of them. That because social identity provides us positive self-esteem, and we really try to think positively about ourselves through comparison, which we call favorable comparison between our group and our group. Loyalty to our group provides a lot of foundations for acceptance of perception of the group beliefs and ideas. Also because we self-categorize ourselves. Using social categories, we also accept norms and perceptions of the groups. We also, because we accept collective myths, collective actions, because we participate in collective events, we again acquire ideas of the group. We associate with social roles within our groups. We accept values because we belong to particular cultures. So what happens that even in the beginning have our own views and beliefs and ideas, the more we engage in our cultural activities, social activities within our group, the more we begin thinking like group members, less than individuals. Second of all, what are sources of negativities of intergroup relations? Again, this could be like the whole day conversation, I do it in 1 minute. But first of all, because we need to positively assess our group, and we engage in favorable comparison where we put down members of other groups. Also, what is important is that because we want to have our group very different from others, to defend uniqueness of our identity, we feel threats to our social distinctiveness. Any addresses when people try to impose their ideas on us provides a lot of resistance. Relative deprivation, where we compare ourselves with others, believing that we have less rights, less possibilities. And relative deprivation should not be real. It can be just perceived, and it's enough for people to start fighting with each other. And also prejudice among minority groups usually stronger than among majority groups because they feel deprived already and they need to increase their self-esteem by putting more prejudice toward others. And finally, of course, contradiction within value systems, very important. And finally, conflict dynamics, which is really giving us ideas how memory of former aggression and domination, what you were speaking now about, how these particular memories really introduced inter-historic dialogue, historic narratives, and they shape the whole idea who is aggressor, who is perpetrator. Actually, do you know what the biggest achievement of Austria in 20th century? They actually, yes, what?
They imported Beethoven and exported Hitler.
Yeah, that's exactly. They convinced the entire world that they're victims. He told they exported Hitler.
They imported Beethoven and exported Hitler.
Exactly. This is the major achievement. Completely, they convinced the entire world that they're victims of Germany. Just think about it. Now it's changing, of course, for the last several years. But this is they convince the entire world. If you saw movie Sounds of Music, it's myth making. And the whole history education was about victimhood, how awful, aggressive Germany came into Austria, took over Austria, that Hitler was German, Mozart and Beethoven were Mozart was Austrian and Hitler was German. So the whole idea of Anschluss was not there. People who were sitting in concentration camps were Austrian, not Jews. So when you think about the whole presentation, you think how exactly these memories can be challenged. Now they're changing, of course, the whole narrative. We speak about out-group threats, how out-group threats really challenge the whole idea, how out-group threats, yesterday you saw a movie, the whole genocide in Rwanda was exactly created through exposition of more and more threats into society. Competition between groups. What is important when we attribute intentions, what we call security dilemmas. When we attribute intention to one group and we act based on our attributed intentions, not what they really do, and so on. So this is just some theoretical foundation which will help us to understand about, and this is a model, I know it's huge, I tried to put it together so at least you will see. This is the model which I present in the book, and this particular model showing us that how history education impacts social identity. I try to analyze it through culture of violence, which is unfortunately prevailing in history education around the globe, and culture of peace, which is our aim to do.
Use your microphone please, because...
Sorry, okay, I will try to explain like this. So on the culture of violence and culture of peace. So on the first level, establishment of in-group identity, I speak about different forms of identity, which I develop in my other books. About mobilized, cultural, and reflected forms, I will get into this. Modes of identity. On the second level, it's about social boundary, how we create social boundary for history education, and how we create collective axiology, which is analyzed in other my book on collective axiology, identity, morality, and threat. And finally, on the third level, we speak about concept of national identity, ethnic, multicultural, and civic. So I will get into some details which I will have time. First of all, forms of social identity. There are three forms of social identity: cultural, reflected, and mobilized. Cultural form of social identity is where we see our world in a particular way through our customs, through our positions, through our everyday life, through food we eat, holidays we celebrate, but we never really analyze what is under this, what are meanings of it. If women, for example, wear scarves, they wear scarves because it's part of the culture, but they don't know what's exact meaning of it. So it's like more cultural type of identity. Reflected identity, when then they start understanding what's the meaning, why they're doing it, why they celebrate particular holiday, why particular, ritual is important for identity. And finally, mobilized identity. This is identity when we start, the whole existence of one group depends on existence of others. Then the fight with other group, like in Northern Ireland, when you ask people who live in Belfast why you are living here near this so-called peace wall, they will tell you it's because it's important for us. If we will stop fighting, it will be not us anymore. So the whole competition or the whole conflict with other group becomes the very foundation of identity. In Middle East, it's all about us and them. It's less than just us. So if we speak about history education, several examples. For example, in Taiwan, which was under rule of China for a long time, Chinese government in exile, Chinese for a long time imposed Chinese identity and Taiwanese culture could not be flourished. But gradually, they established special courses on Taiwanese culture and identity was for youngest grades, where they ask children to go around their streets and just interview people, where you come from, who you are. And through these interviews, they start gradually understanding that Taiwanese culture is not Chinese at all. It's very multicultural, it's come from different roots. And gradually the understanding of uniqueness of Taiwanese culture meanings. So they were trying to develop this very reflected form. And this reflected form of Taiwanese culture actually then become dominant, and now they have textbooks which will help to understand what does it mean to be Taiwanese. In North Korea, the whole history education is completely mobilized form. All education is against South Korean identity. The whole idea that North Korea is have more Koreanness than South Korea. And of course, it came from the long history, of course, of South and Northern Kingdom. But the whole idea of history education is based on showing difference with imperialistic, completely spoiled South Korea. It's not even who we are, it's who we are not. So it's really a lifetime form of identity. And for example, in Azerbaijan, it's also very interesting education. Then in the first few years, they speak about crimes of people in black. They don't name these people. And the more you go into education, the more you hear about people in black maniac who killed, who boiled people, who killed young people, and so cruelty of these people. And then finally you get into high school, and then you finally know the name, Armenians. And then the whole meaning of people in black was already developed. Then they are named now. You can imagine how strong the whole idea of Azerbaijan versus Armenians is presented in the whole issue. Just to give you how strong this is in society, a very quick example of the recent development when one of the Azerbaijani soldiers killed Armenian soldier in Budapest. Maybe you heard about this situation. And he was released. He was moved. He was put in prison in Budapest. The Azerbaijani government negotiated his movement, his transfer to Azerbaijan because his family could not visit him in Hungary. As soon as he touched Azerbaijani land, he was pardoned by president. He was given salary for all 8 years in prison. He was given a position of major, left in the center of the city, and he is now driving around the country giving us aspirational speeches, let's kill every single Armenian. And society is happy with it. So just see how this education is so strong, and of course it's not education, it's also dealing with Nagorno-Karabakh issues and so on again. So what I try to do is to identify particular patterns, particular mechanisms, what can be used in culture of peace and culture of conflict. For example, for reflected form, emphasis of understanding of common history and shared goals would be one of the mechanisms. I'm not going specifically into it, I don't have time. But this book really presents all these mechanisms. Second important idea is the idea of the molds of identity meaning and prototypes. So there are different molds of identity meaning. For example, you can have like depictive mode of identity meaning, where like Amish people, they just describe who they are. It can be historic. Well, in many countries, the whole identity is about history. Together with my students, we recently did research in Dominican Republic, and every time you ask what makes you proud to be a Dominican, you hear 1 hour lecture on history. It's all about history, it's nothing about culture or something else. Then we speak about ideological mode, like, for example, as I told you, for example, North Korean or education in East Germany during Soviet time. And relative mode, then again, union, the whole education becomes more ideological than the whole idea of ruins of developing the new idea, post-communist idea, fight with communist past, developing ideas that all Bolsheviks were Russians and Ukrainians never were interested in socialist development. But gradually, for some time, history education changed into a more historic mode, and they tried to understand real history, how the idea of Ukrainian nation was developed. But with a new tone in politics of Ukraine, again, the whole idea was put in Ukraine versus Russia. Idea that Ukrainian people were fighting both with Stalin and Hitler in the World War II. The whole story was reconstructed, and red flag was perceived as a flag of most the same as a Nazi flag. And then you see such tones in history, of course you understand how it's shaping society, how more divisions within the society is created. And again, I try to develop further analysis of 20 cases which I have in the book. I try to again come with some ideas how we can create culture of peace. For example, one of them is stress efforts for reconciliation, approaches for forgiveness and building of mutual understanding in history education, or for example, presentation of people who advocate for tolerance and peaceful coexistence. Because when you speak about prototypes in history textbooks, 4 prototypes. Warriors. Take Serbian textbook for 3rd grade. 12 prototypes, 11 warriors, and 1 builder of the church. It's all about fighting with others. It's all about killing others. What values, what ideas we develop among children if all your prototypes of war? So this is next idea of the boundary, how social boundary is created. And social boundary has three major elements. First of all, it's relations in both sides of the boundary. It's also relations across the zone of the social boundary, and also shared representations, what we share between us about this. And for example, in Australia, it was very interesting. Do you know where Australia started teaching its own history? 1970s, yes. Before they were taught only history of Great Britain. And they were no history of Australia at all, zero. So just gradually again, by introducing national hymns, some songs, introducing some cultural themes, Australia started developing social boundary with Great Britain to finally create its own history. This is like positive example, or negative example, of course, as I told you, how Austria actually created social boundary between themselves, and while Germany were engaged in reconciliation processes starting from 1950s, Austria never did. No reconciliation, nothing, no processes was, now they started to do it, and so on. And Georgia and Abkhazia, it's very interesting how after the fall of Soviet Union, Abkhazian textbooks start teaching Abkhazian history completely separate from Georgian history. So it was already some processes in society which already was shaping the idea that we are completely different. And okay, again, there are some mechanisms which help us to understand how we can create culture of peace. I'm not speaking about culture of conflict, but culture of peace, for example, stress on controversial disputed aspects of history, roots of conflict, providing balanced assessment of historic events based on the multiplicity of perspectives and so on. And next one is collective axiology. When we speak about moral denigration and universal morality. So what is collective axiology is a set of moral beliefs. It's not just perceptions, who are they, who we are. It's not about victimhood, which is usually level of perceptions. It's level of morality, normative prescriptions. This is the idea where we perceive everything in terms of good and evil. And the more unbalanced collective axiology, the more we put good on one side and evil on the other side, and the most important, we create moral boundary. What we saw yesterday in this again movie, it's a very good idea how for genocide, mass killings, violence in society, moral boundary put in the way, where what you are doing outside moral boundary is morally acceptable, honorable. People who were killing others in Rwanda, all these 1 million people involved in genocide, they were not all bad people. It just happened in society. I don't have time to speak about it, but there are specific processes, gradual processes in society, where other people put outside moral boundary, and they easily can be very moral to their children, teach them good ideas, and then go and kill others. I love this example about German bus drivers who were normal people. They were driving their children to school in their buses and use the same buses to drive Jewish children to concentration camps for extermination, and then they again use the same buses to drive children back from schools, and then had wonderful dinners with their families, speaking about how to be, what does it mean to be kind and good and moral, and then again in the morning they were putting Jewish children in these buses and driving them. And nobody can actually push them. There was no punishment for it. They did it because they strongly believe that what they are doing is the right thing. So this is all about collective axiology, how belonging to group actually changed the whole idea. And axiological balance, as I talked about, collective generality, helping us understand why we see all of them the same. They never change. They always will be aggressive. They will be aggressive all their life. Their main goal is to kill us. They exist to exterminate us. They exist to deny our very need for existence. So all that we can do is just destroy them. We have to destroy evil in the world. Great mission, right? You heard this so many times in different variations, but great mission of killing them, it's very important. Now, what we see in history education exactly is how this collective axiology is forming. For example, in China, they had very interesting dilemma how to be with presentation of West as very aggressive, imperialistic, awful, cruel, and presentation of China as very humane society, very peaceful society. How, if you present such collective axiology, how you deal with description of wars of expansion of China? What to do, right? They were very creative, as always. During communist times, they presented all these wars as class wars. So they were coming and freeing poor people who were under control of rich people. So it was about class wars and freedoms for poor people. Then communist ideas were not important anymore. The nationalist government came into place. Again, they faced this dilemma, and they found another great idea. They thought all these people were Chinese, they just didn't know they're Chinese. So they had to bring them understanding of their cultural ideas. So it was not, again, expansion wars, it was just freeing culture, now cultural freedom. And interestingly enough about Greece, I know I dare to tell it here also, but it's really interesting how the whole Ottoman Empire is presented as the Dark Ages. Nothing happened. No, nothing happened. It was like Dark Ages. And if you see interesting ideas about, say, history of Ottoman Empire from Turkish and Greek period, it's like history of two different planets. Right? You read completely different ideas. And of course, one of the great ideas, create balance axiology, is common history project. Again, I don't have time here. I just edited a book together with Simona Lasik. I really recommend it. It's the first, probably, I don't know if there are any, the only book which it's called Joint History Projects, which put analysis of all common history projects which now exist, and it's given ideas of how common history projects will help us to create this historic dialogue in society. Some of them were textbook projects, some of them were more historic narrative projects, but it's idea how we create transnational histories, not histories of particular nations, but transnational histories. For example, French-German project, German-Polish project, projects on Balkans, Middle East Prime project in Far East. So there are several projects. And again, I came up with ideas how culture of peace can be developed in culture of conflict. For example, culture of peace, avoidance of presentation of permanence of out-group aggression through history, which is very important in history. And finally, for 3 minutes I have, a concept of national identity, and there are 3 major concepts of national identity. They can exist at the same time in society as competing narratives. One, ethnic, which perceive nation as a nation of one ethnic group, very primordial concept, where all other minorities do not have rights, they have to be assimilated within society. Multicultural, it provides rights for every group to speak their language, provide rights to power for each group, it's shared society. And finally, civic, which actually denies the very importance of ethnicity or religion. It's a liberal concept which perceives citizenship as a contract between us and state, where you have duties, you have responsibilities, but you have rights. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, doesn't matter what your religion is, it's more liberal. So at the same time, if every society now, you have this competing narrative. The same country always have ideas who they are. And for example, China, of course, it's very ethnic concept of national identity. Moldovan Romanian textbooks was very also interesting, how Moldovan textbooks were more and more promoting Romanian descent of Moldovans, creating commonalities. But then, pretty recently it's changed. Now Moldovan textbook really showing differences between Moldovan and Romanians. So it's very funny. Then students go into school 1 year and they learn that Moldovans and Romanians is exactly the same. And then over summer textbooks reconstructed, new textbook into place, and they come into school September 1st and they learn now, no, Romanians and Moldovans completely different. We speak about Canada and United States, which really develop more multicultural approaches, where they present in history textbook achievements of different nations required. There are no textbook will be no approval if there are no ideas of people who contributed to the development of the nation from different ethnic groups. And of course, we see what we see in France, Northern Ireland, maybe a little bit even Indonesia, is the development of civic concept, more and more specifically Northern Ireland work very well. This idea is probably the most interesting in idea is, and Alan, I know, will probably speak right about it, you know. Again, here a long list of ideas which can be used for ethnic concept, multicultural and civic. Just speaking about civic, for example, position of again citizenship central for society instead of dealing with primordial identities, one important part of history education. I'm done.
Thank you.
And just 1 second, it's my responsibility, which I have to do. If you will be interested later, I have here information about, I just taught in Malta about this, we have dual degree with Malta in my school, dual degree on conflict resolution. So if you will be interested, somebody, I will be glad, again, it's my responsibility to promote this one.
Thank you, and the final presentation is sponsored by Eleni Theodorou. Eleni Theodorou is assistant professor in social foundations of education at the European University Cyprus, where she teaches courses in the social and cultural foundations of education. She earned the doctorate from the University of Virginia with a focus on anthropology of education. Her research interests include sociological and anthropological constructions of childhood, children's identities, multicultural education, politics and policy, family involvement, and sociological understandings of teacher professional identities, mainly investigated through qualitative research methodologies. Her work has been published in international peer-reviewed journals.
Thank you very much for the introduction and to the presenters for their thought-provoking speeches. I'll try and summarize a few points and then raise more questions rather than provide answers really and open it up for questions, for discussion. So starting with one of the most striking connections between the two presentations is the emphasis on the role history education has to play in creating and sustaining a culture of peace. Towards this end, Barton's promotion of historical dialogue and Korostelina's analysis of the processes of social identity formation may be seen as complementary. For both authors, the acknowledgement of the malleability of social identity all creates a background allowing each to make their argument. Korostelina tried to for history education role in reducing conflict through social identity formation, and Barton to underline the significance of historical dialogue as a tool for the promotion of reconciliation. Can you hear me okay? Too fast. Too fast. I have that problem. Thank you. As Korostelina explains, envisioning the formation of social identity as a negotiation between representations of self and other entails the need to critically interrogate the representations of in-group and out-group identity, intergroup boundaries and relations in history textbooks and curriculum. Her paper centers on the processes of development, establishment and shaping of social identity and intergroup relations in and through history education through three processes. The first, the establishment of the connotations of in-group identity, involves on the one hand the critical and reflective examination of the construct and construction of the nation and national identity by questioning their underlying values, foundations and norms. On the other hand, it also involves realizing the commonalities between all citizens of a nation, as well as the links with other nations, thus forming a culture of peace by overcoming bias. As Korostelina points out, this process should not be disassociated from an emphasis on human rights, democratic civic responsibility, and public agency. The second process of justification of intergroup relations involves deconstructing negative and often stereotypic representations of the outgroup as a threat or an enemy, and sheds light on the complexities of intergroup relations, which often go unsilenced or ignored. Acknowledging how the historical path of each group may have been influenced by common factors in similar or dissimilar ways enables the creation of the foundations for shared interpretations of historic events, as well as positive views on the future of intergroup relations, thereby aiding the process of reconciliation. Finally, the author invites us to consider how history education, through the acknowledgement and respect of social diversity and equality, may form part of a process of devising policies of equality and justice for all social groups in order to promote the culture of peace, a process which refers to as legitimization of power structures and the mobilization of collective actions. Although the processes described above appear to operate on the level of history textbooks and curricula, slow down, more, okay. It is also important to stress teacher agency as teacher personal beliefs and dedication to the culture of peace may prevent cultures of violence, often perpetuated, as Balkan explains, by memories of violence. Balkan's discussion posits historical dialogue as a tool for asking the difficult questions, a field in which to engage all sides in critically examining the narratives of conflict and post-conflict societies in order to break the chain of the negative effects of deleterious memories of the past. Practicing historical dialogue, the author argues, encourages respect and support for alternative perspectives and promotes democracy and reconciliation, as well as a vision for the future of and for the future, dovetailing with Boristarina's processes of forming social identities through history education. Talking about the transformative power of historical dialogue is all too fitting in the context of the work of the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research and the Home for Cooperation, at which we gather today. As a conflict-ridden society, Cyprus has struggled with negative and distortive representations of self and other, and their relations in the field of education, among other spheres, and particularly in history education. Presentations of the self as the victim and representations of the other as the enemy in history and other curricula are quite common in both sides, Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot, often depicting a rather reclusive historical path for each group, which denies mutual influence, interaction, and commonality of experience. Such historical monologues typically misrecognize social diversity, thereby silencing discussions on social justice, equity, and civic democratic participation, and fail by implication to promote the culture of peace. Taking up Balkan's suggestion to view historical dialogue as a heuristic device through which one could potentially approach each of the social identity formation constituent processes proposed by Boristarina to create a culture of peace, would unavoidably engage history educators and students in Cyprus and elsewhere with the task of overcoming the principles of ethnocentrism. Such a task requires respect to the principle of equality, so as to challenge the master narrative of one's own group and recognize otherness, endorsing the idea of historical development to allow for elements of contingency, rupture, and discontinuity in historical experience, embracing multi-perspectivity and polycentrism to speak of histories rather than history, people's histories, women's, children's, class histories, minorities' histories, national histories, and to speak of the human experience as part of a whole rather than to speak from and to a singular ethnic center. Finally, overcoming the principles of ethnocentrism involves practices of mourning and forgiving, a topic that perhaps will be examined in the following session. So where does it leave us? Frankly, I'm not sure there are clear-cut or definite answers, or that I at least have any good ones to offer. In fact, these seem to be changing all the time, the answers, that is, mainly because they depend on questions, on who, how, why, when, and where one poses them. Hence, to my mind, we shouldn't be looking for answers so much as trying to ask critical questions, which history education can help us both raise and find answers to. Talking about historical dialogue and reconciliation education is part and parcel of asking precarious questions. What kind of society do we want to live in? And where does conflict and reconciliation fit in that vision? What kind of citizen do we want to create? And what is the role of education and history education in creating that citizen? How do we, can we, strike a balance between unity and diversity, How do we educate and prepare our citizens to deal with and engage conflict? How can we best face, learn from, and reconcile with the violent and painful past in a way that as a society we can move forward with it and not remain captive in the vision for the future that the presenters talked about earlier? Under what conditions can we engage in historical dialogue more effectively? That is, what are the conditions that need to be in place for historical dialogue to provide its promise? And with that, I think I will stop. I'm sorry I was speaking too fast. It's the way I talk, I apologize. I try to slow down and open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions time. We can take a couple of questions first.
Microphone or?
Yeah, give me the microphone.
Yes.
Is there a microphone?
Try to be brief so that we can have more time for questions. More people can talk.
Why don't you start with this one, start with this one,
Okay.
and then until it goes.
I thank you very much for your presentations. I would like to be shortened anyway, but in your speech you talk about the historical dialogues and the unity of many terminologies in social science and so on. So, of course, I have to tell you that we have come to the situation that the separation in Cyprus is still continuing. You know, up to 2003, you know, the people only met in Little Palace Hotel, and then in 2003, on the 23rd of April, some of the barricades were open and the people started to relate to each other. But unfortunately, after the referendum, everything has stopped. You know, but after that, as we say, because of the change in the northern side, the history books change, and it does continue about the book, the using of the book, for example, continued about 5 years. Then, because of the political effects in Cyprus and unchanged situation in the south, the Turkish Cypriots and the change in the government also, we turn back and the books then change, you know. Also, it didn't change a lot, but a little bit, you know, it was nationalized, as we say. But in the epoch of 5 years, it was not an idle book, history book, but it was in the framework of EU norms, anyway. So we came to this situation, and we don't have a continuous contact with the Greek schools. Even in the south, the discussion of the new history book project was banned or stopped, and then there is everything has changed, or everything has frozen. That's best to say. So what do you propose to the Turkish and the Greek teachers, you know, to do after this moment? What can they do for their own benefit or for the prospective Cyprus? What can they do in order to unite or in order to get in touch with themselves and in order to change the rules? What do you propose on this? Another question for you. During the Soviets, as we learned from the books, for example, the people were living together after the 19 and 17, and in 90 years, this togetherness lasted till 1990s. But unfortunately, after the broken down of the walls, iron walls, we saw that nationalism can happen, you know, emerged out in the Soviets. So what was the result, or what was the effect that nationalism intensified? Because, you know, as we learn from Lenin or Marx or Stalin, for example, the people lived there was no question. But the questions came out. For example, even in Ukraine, the people, for example, some of the people, I mean about Russians, they used their self-determination, and the others, crying Turks, for example, and the Ukrainians, they didn't use this pride, but it was told to the world publicity that the Russians chose to annex with Russia, for example. And what was the dynamism that separated the people after the Soviets, for example? And what was the dynamism that nationalism came out? So shouldn't be, for example, created a democratic system for Ukraine or Soviets, let's say, that will make the people live together or establish their own democratic society or democratic republic? What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll take a couple more questions. Yes.
My question is regarding the situation after the World War II. How the people were able to cooperate? For example, France and Germany, or during the Soviet Union. How was it possible for these people to work together? What is the recipe? For example, we have a seminar here, about 50 people maybe. Okay. This is something normal for us, but how it is made normal for the rest of the people who are not here today? How it will be possible for them to participate and find the common ground to work together? This is something I really want to find out how it will be happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rico. Maybe another question? Yes.
I have a question for Professor Barkan. I like very much your idea about the reclaiming history in the process of building sustainable peace. I have two questions actually. The first is, why do you think historians remain out of this process? I mean, I have some ideas like, okay, it's the post-89 decline of the importance of history, the decline of the humanities. I also think about the historians themselves refraining from moving from the comfort zone, let's say, of asking questions and dealing with theory and getting, assuming a more active role. So this is the first question. And my second question is, how do you imagine historical dialogue in more practical terms? I mean, how would actually history get into the process? Because we do have some shared narratives. We do have some, I know for the Balkans that we have actually, if I'm not wrong, it's the EU that created some Balkan stories written by, historians from the Balkans, trying to create a shared narrative. But still, these things are marginal, because they're not part of a peace building or a reconciliation building process. So how do you practically imagine entering into this field?
Okay, great. I think we can take this question and answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. These are very comprehensive and I would need my half an hour doing now. But let me try and answer those perhaps in reverse order. So the last two questions. Why are historians not involved? Why do historians refrain from being involved in this? And what are the practical terms? So I think that in both of those issues speak to public culture more than to ingrain. So historians usually work as individuals. They write. They still, despite the duality in their professional identity, on the one hand, there is the belief in writing a better history, right? I mean, when we think about it, let me say it in a more general term. Nobody tries to write an inferior history to what has been written before. So although we clearly believe that there is context and relative and influence of individuals, etc., historians and scholars in general work with the tension of trying to write a better history that is relative to some kind of an impartial and objective standard. And this is a tension. So I think the first thing that needs to be done is to educate scholars to actually recognize the political context of their work. And historians are in a self-denial when they actually argue that they write a better history rather than that their political beliefs shape the history that they write. On the other hand, this is being supported by the fact that his history is being at most recognized as something that has to be overcome from the political science, from policy people, etc. So there is no demand to engage the history and to recognize the politics of writing history in a more widespread context. So to put it, I need to say a hell of a lot more in order to make it comprehensible, but you'll excuse me just in terms of time, but I'm happy to engage people with the conversation there. So I think that the first thing is for political actors to recognize there is a need to engage with history. That means creating the mechanisms that would involve that kind of engagement. So for instance, as I mentioned before, truth commissions, everybody wants to have a truth commission. But historical commissions are much more complicated. Although we have successful examples of plenty of historical commissions, they have not become a mechanism which engages conflict resolution in the experts, and it's not part of a conflict resolution to establish a historical commission. Especially in protracted cases. So for instance, nobody expects in protracted cases, protracted conflicts, that the solution would come tomorrow. And you don't need to get to a peace process in order to establish a historical commission that can resolve a lot of the conflicts. So that's one thing that can be done very practically in this sense. To devote more resources to actually engage as part of international work with historical, so for instance, when commemorations are done, when memorials are done, when museums are built, to actually engage with those, not to leave those, okay, that's your problem, you're doing your memorial, you can do what you like with it, but if the memorial is informing sectarian perspective and nationalist state, that has to be countered. So for instance, again, I'm stepping into other people's expertise, but if you look at Northern Ireland, and you look at the murals in Belfast, this is a very public presentation of a culture of sacrifice, of culture that talks about heroism and sacrifice, and actually validates the sectarianism, and there is no public culture that is shared in the same way. And the Irish, Northern Ireland, is very hesitant, and they present it as a respect to the other side. So everybody has their own history, but this is a time bomb when everybody has his own history or her own history. And that becomes a time bombing for future conflict, because, so for instance, in Ireland there is a huge controversy on who is a victim and who is not a victim. As you saw yesterday in the movie, you saw just glimpses of that. But this is a political issue. It should be engaged as a political issue. It's not just a religious issue. It's not just a scholarly issue. And those things have to be presented. I should say more of it, but the next question is, you asked about how did France and Germany. So I think it's, first of all, it's a lot of that after the war is a matter of very realpolitik and emphasis, whether it's economic cooperation or whether it's imposition of superpowers, etc. But I would point to one distinction which is very interesting to my mind, and that is the difference between Japan and Korea and between France and Germany. And I think that the major difference, at least from my perspective, is the ability of Germany to actually acknowledge its guilt as opposed to France, as opposed to Japan, refusal to recognize its own culpability. Japan continued to see itself as a victim rather than as a perpetrator, and that froze the historical narratives between the two sides in a way that over the couple of generations since then has not been bridged. But that requires more conversation. I think that it's a combination. I don't want for a moment, maybe let me make a declaration. I don't want for a moment to actually, for my argument, to be seen as diminishing the aspects of realpolitik or economics or insecurity or all of the others. These are all important. All I'm arguing is that we need to add the historical component into the various other mechanisms. So it's not that France and Germany, we can overlook the economic cooperation and say it was only because Germany, because Adenauer admitted to guilt of Nazism for perpetrating the crimes. But that is an important component that adds a different layer that enables the reconciliation to be much deeper. And I have to go to the first question. So how to organize textbooks in the face of political pressure? I think this is an excellent question, and the answer to that is to recognize it. To recognize in the sense that, yes, you find new political obstacles that create new conditions under which the historical narrative has to be reformulated. And there, I think, the beauty of historical dialogue, which is the other aspect of what you asked, the beauty of historical dialogue is that it can benefit greatly from government contribution and from willingness to overcome sectarian perspectives in historical, but it can also be done in such a group here. The rhetoric of historical dialogue is powerful and is informed by scholarships, not only in the same way. So we have seen, you have described the many components that contribute and frame historical dialogue, but and the various factors when you break down. But at the end of the day, there is a different legitimacy that comes from what we consider to be truth, as opposed to not truth, as opposed to propaganda and myth. And that is informed a lot. It's very intangible, but that is very informed a lot by scholarship. And I think that this is something that has to be really included into the historical dialogue and recognized by the political establishment.
Thank you.
I know with time, I will, the time constraint, right? They're looking at me right now. I will do just see like thesis, not going into discussion. I will still speak about cooperation, the question which is probably of all three questions tonight about cooperation, especially history teachers. First of all, changes should be done within history teachers themselves. They should be interested to do it. I've done a lot of trainings for history teachers around the globe, and the major issue is that they are not sure what they want. They still live with their primordial perceptions. I remember in Armenia, the history teachers brought me keys from their houses, which are on the other side, and they told me that if we stop hating, they will come and get us. We have to transform hate through history education. And so first it should be done through history, and the most important history textbooks is great. This particular book which I told about history textbook, but in reality I done other research about anthropological type of research, studying what people actually teach in their classes and how history, interviewing history teachers. For many of them, history textbook is not a rule. A lot of history teachers told me, we bring textbook to class to show what is wrong in it. And they teach, so it's important to challenge history textbooks. And I advocate an entire book about it, but also important to understand that history teachers, as advocate, it's people, agency of history teacher is the most important. Because I want to really stress, agency of history teacher itself. History teachers can transform conflict one classroom at a time. This is the most important. About how to produce such ideas for history textbook, because yes, a lot of pressure. Only 3 countries, actually in Europe, only 3 countries who could not control their history education. Norway, Finland and Switzerland. All other countries control their history education. The most democratic country. No, not, yeah. So, how Germany went to do it? Why Germany were able to do it? Because it was external pressure, a lot of pressure, but also need. Why Germany now is the most, look at this, just think about it. Germany again, the most powerful country in European Union. How it's put in this place? How it was able to get back on this place after 2 wars? Because they were able to reconcile. So reconciliation wasn't, I do not say it was not genuine, right? It was not open, but it was political pressure from inside and outside. They had to engage in reconciliation to be able to gain better leadership position. Until you say sorry, until you do transitional justice and so engage in it, you could not be in leadership position. So it was an important political issue for them. How they did it, they had initiatives top-down, started with presidents. It was grassroots, it's institutionalization of the process. They have a lot of institutions within the society which are responsible for reconciliation, youth exchange, and so on, town cities, city systems, and so on system. It was huge resistance in society, still resistance in society, especially when de Gaulle, if you remember, told that he praised the bravery of German soldiers, was an outrage in society. But step by step, you have to prepare, you have to educate society. This is very important. Education of the society itself for such particular processes. And still there is resistance. And Germany, of course, were more ready to do it because it was within European Union. There's this difference between Japan, which is still all conflicts around islands between Japan and South Korea, Japan and China. The imperial history of Japan still there. It's the most important part of the conflicts. And there are a lot of discussion about guilt for Germany and shame for Japan, but now you see that Japanese, just recently, a few months ago, Japan again changed history textbook, become even more nationalistic, completely denying ideas of comfort women, denying Najin and other issues. But what is important is to start with very small projects, even there, and this is a great example. I actually so impressed by this project, which we saw with Monique yesterday. This project, I really recommend you, if you don't know, come and see what is it. It's a small project which shows history of one street on the buffer zone. And it's unbelievably great project because it shows how from different Armenians, Turkish and Greek people tell story in different way. But it shows that victims were from both sides. Perpetrators were from all sides. It's really changing the whole, it's challenging established narrative. This is very important. And just answering your question in four points. It's a whole conference topic, like why nationalism in Eastern Europe, but because it was suppression of identities, Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. Then the fall with the Soviet system, it was fresh opportunities and grievances of all ethnic groups, and nation building in new nations, especially fresh, really invoked nationalism, and unfortunately nationalism was not liberal, it was primordial. just in a few words after why was mentioned.
Thank you. We'll go on a break now for 20 minutes. Max. So be back at 12:05.
That existed during the conflict remain. Above all, we are really struggling to deal with the legacy of the past. And because we haven't found a mechanism for that, then periodically, almost weekly, events from that past resurface and are used by one side or the other as brickbats to throw at the other. Okay, Haas was sent over to try to bring about some sort of resolution of the remaining issues which cause division. His comments are interesting. This society doesn't teach the past well. We need a curriculum that deals better with it. At first, I find that punishing as someone who has worked in this field for so long and has had such hopefully had an influence on the emergence of a conflict-sensitive curriculum. But I suspect his comments were directed as much to wider society as to the school curriculum itself. But nevertheless, his comment is one that has to be taken seriously. It's not that you try to come to a common narrative, he argues. That's unrealistic at this point, given how divided society is. This is a society that will not be able to get beyond what it has gone through unless there is something of a political but also a psychological process of contending with it. And finally, he said, I came away thinking there would never be the kind of bridge building or normalization without a multi-dimensional approach to dealing with what happened. It's a society that visually is very divided, and reference has already been made to that. Wall murals, flags, street marches, street protests, memorials, already mentioned, and at the centre of it, in some areas, sitting here, we have the peace wall in the centre. So it's a society that is still very divided and still struggling to come to terms with that division. Haas's comments, for me, raise Martha Minnow's idea, the idea of psychological and historical truth. Minnow refers to psychological truth as traumatic, cathartic, stories of the past generally told, fragments of the past, the type of stories that are told in truth commissions. Earlier, we had recognition that much of this is about the reconciling of the individual's needs. Fragments of the past, but not historical truth. Historical truth, she argues, is something different. It's dialogical. Yes, it's empathetic, but crucially, it's critical. And it's about synthesis and overview. It's about bringing together those fragmented stories and putting them through the lens of historical criticality. And that's where I think the main role of history teaching is in societies emerging from conflict, while fully recognizing the need for psychological truth. In an ideal system, you would probably have psychological truth followed then at an appropriate time by historical truth. But we are 15 years past the peace agreement. I don't think there's time anymore to wait for historical truth. We have to bring those two things together, or at least we are forced to bring those two things together. And schools have to deal with the generation, the post-conflict generation, who, if we don't deal with these issues, are absorbing the collective memory of those who've gone before. For most young people in schools, I think the issue is about collective memory rather than trauma. Although I recognise in talking to colleagues who teach in schools, there are a small minority of young people who maybe fall into the trauma category. This idea of intergenerational trauma. You don't have to suffer the trauma yourself. You don't have to be a victim yourself to be a victim of the next generation. But I would argue that the treatment of that, or at least the dealing with that, probably lies elsewhere in the curriculum, as I'll come to point out. Okay, so history teaching. John Slater and later Christine Council talk about the intrinsic and extrinsic aims of history teaching. Intrinsic, history for its own sake. The inherent value of the historical process. Very much the emphasis on the academic. But this is not necessarily a traditional form of teaching history. It can be a very nuanced, it can be a history that's based on disciplinary procedures. But it's a history that regards history for its own sake as the crucial factor. You can develop the critical skills through history, but it's the job of the young person then to go out and into society and apply those skills to the issues they encounter. Extrinsic aims takes that further. It's putting the emphasis on history's social utility, using history to change society, and making the links between past and present more explicit. And I think in divided societies, and having lived through a divided society for virtually all my life, I'm convinced of the need for history teaching to address extrinsic aims, to go beyond the simple value of the discipline, and to take history into the social sphere. I suppose we've been trying to do that in Northern Ireland for 25 years. Our first national curriculum, our first common curriculum, ran from 1990 to 2007. Underneath it, it had an underpinning desire for education for mutual understanding and the recognition of cultural difference. The emphasis was placed on the inquiry nature of the discipline rather than on the narrative. The recognition that in a divided society you cannot have a master narrative, that narrative is completely in dispute. And therefore what you need is a process which allows you to interrogate those narratives and other narratives. So an emphasis on evidence and multiple perspectives. And a curriculum which didn't play the "we were here first" game. A curriculum which dealt with waves of settlers and the recognition that each group who came into Ireland brought their own cultural ideas. Those ideas were assimilated, and that most nations, when they face up to it, are a conglomerate of waves of people. Most crucially, that curriculum from 1990 to 2007 put Irish history for the first time at the core of the curriculum. That was a hell of an achievement. This was a society still in conflict, 1990, and the acknowledgement from all schools, from both traditions, that Irish history was important and that it needed to be examined from a critical perspective. Methodology. It's a methodology based on showing young people pictures as stimuli and then getting them to talk around their sense of identity and then to answer a series of structured questions on top of that. There's 3 studies there. I'm going to talk particularly about the last one where we did an in-depth analysis of 6 pairs of interviews. But let's look at the general findings first. What were the achievements of that first curriculum? I've talked about the first. The second, amongst the vast majority of young people, there was a belief that school history was valuable, that school history offered something different. It tells you both sides of the story. You get balance, you find out more. It asks questions. So young people were making statements like that. And we were finding too that they were not accepting community history and rejecting school history, or accepting school history and rejecting community history for the main part. What young people seem to be trying to do was engage in what Bakhtin calls an internally persuasive dialogue. They were trying to make sense of the bombardment of history that was meeting them through school, through the community, and through the media. And that suggests to us, and no more than a suggestion, that there was something in this disciplinary approach. That by avoiding a master narrative and by asking to engage young people in critically examining the narratives they encountered, we were helping to challenge preconceived ideas and to move them forward. I'll say a little bit more about the limitations of that. Nevertheless, even when it appeared that history was being taught in a balanced way, there was evidence that as young people became more politicized through their school careers, they were likely to cherry pick, to selectively pick from the history that they were encountering aspects of the past which reinforced their own growing community narrative. So it's not quite so easy. And that even though they wanted to move on and that they recognized the value of school history and what it was offering them, actually in practice they found that very, very difficult. So we must recognize the huge power of collective memory and community in-group coherence. How do I explain some of that? I think that some of it may lie in inadequate practice. Arguably, teachers were offering students an overview of what school history might achieve. In other words, they were talking the rhetoric of a disciplinary, multi-perspective approach. But in many cases, we suspect their pedagogy fell short of that. Another problem, I think, with multi-perspectivity, or perhaps dual perspectivity, there was a tendency, I think, over the last 20 years to teach the unionist perspective, the nationalist perspective, to consolidate history into two views, when in fact society offers a much wider continuum, and the past offers a much wider continuum to those issues. So I think there's a real danger there that if you talk about two perspectives, the Greek Cypriot approach to the Turkey Cypriot viewpoint, you end up actually deepening young people's sense that the conflict is intractable. So I think multiple perspective has to be multiple perspective. It has to pick on the mavericks, those that thought differently, the minorities, the common ground, as well as those dominant perspectives, perhaps. I would argue that in the past we've probably put too much emphasis on the cognitive perspectives and not getting at the heart of these issues, which are the emotional ones. When we hold attitudes dearly, when positions are sacrosanct, then we've got to break through that cognitive. The cognitive is helpful, but we've got to also deal with young people's reactions and their emotions to these things. So if one gets too strong, I think you lose out. If the other gets strong, you lose out. You've got to try and find balances in classrooms, which allows people to express strong views, to articulate why they feel so strongly about things, but also to challenge them through the evidence that exists and the alternatives that exist. And arguably, our teachers have taught Irish history too much in the past. They've been prepared to deal with what might be regarded as controversial history, but they have not been prepared always to make the links between the past and the present. You know, and that's politicians use the use the past to justify the present. They're not interested in the past. So young people have to be able to see the connections between the past and the present. I would argue later for a constant dialogue between our understanding of the past and its representation in the present. I won't say too much about this, but finding it difficult to move beyond their own community perspectives. I had some examples. How are we doing time-wise? 10 minutes, okay. Some examples here of young people in our study, just to demonstrate how difficult it sometimes is for them to move forward. At a theoretical level, Rory and Dermot, from a Republican area in West Belfast, were committed to a multi-perspective approach. But when we examined some of their comments, it was clear that they were presenting an almost completely nationalist perspective. I know school history is valuable. I really value hearing other people's opinions. It offers us something different, but when it comes down to it, there was very little evidence that they had moved. So there's a couple of their positive comments. Gave insight into what happened. A lot of it you will learn outside anyway, but it tries to make the facts as even as it can. It's not one-sided. It tries to look at both sides of the argument. But in reality, when shown the picture of the hunger striker Bobby Sands, a very different narrative emerges. Because where we live, this is this is Irish history for us. In other words, our history. This is Civil Rights March, IRA, again, Bloody Sunday. So they were continually referring in their interview to points in the past which they identified with from the nationalist perspective. And then they went on to why did you pick the Bobby Sands mural as important to you? To show people that they're strong. To show the other side we're not defeated. Look what happened to us. We had one of our best leaders killed. We had millions of people killed in the famine. But we've come back. We're strong from this. We'll keep fighting. And his friend Dermot, to give you a purpose of identity. Interviewer, what do you mean? You've got a belief. You've got to hang on to it. It's yours. It's what makes you. It shapes you. It forms you. So, powerful stuff. And yet those were two young people who were engaging in history in school and were hearing history from different perspectives and were trying to make sense of it. But politicization in their communities, you can see driving them forward. Or Dale and Stan, from a loyalist area, from a unionist area, pro-British. They were organised, they were collaborative, they were articulate, they combined a strong sense of community identity with a desire to expand their understanding and appreciate other perspectives. They recognised the difference and understood the difference between community and school history. It gives you the background of it, why unionists and nationalists don't like each other. You understand the reasons, what's happened more. Because like before we learned about this, the Easter Rising, and we would have thought they were just causing trouble. But they have their own reasons why. Because they wanted their independence in 1916. Showing some empathy towards the other perspective. And yet, when they were asked what did they identify with, it was very much a unionist icon, Edward Carson, the leader of the anti-Home Rule movement before the First World War. That's our religion. That's our background. Our family's backgrounds and their religion. He, Carson, didn't want a united Ireland when it was wanted. So I agree with that. So he would be to do with me. Okay, we have a new curriculum from 2007, which is moving us even more down the extrinsic line. Our problem, I think, is that we have not taken many of our teachers with us on this road. Many of our teachers are still happy with those intrinsic objectives for history. This curriculum asks young people to explore the relationship between history and their own sense of identity. It asks them to examine selective interpretations the way history is used in stereotyping, the way history is abused to justify contemporary views and actions. Very much extrinsic aims. It asks them to look at how historical figures have behaved ethically and unethically in the past. And its only reference, this curriculum is on one sheet of paper, its only reference to content is that young people should examine the causes and consequences of the partition of Ireland and its influence on Northern Ireland today. A recognition that young people feel there is a gap in their history from the recent past. They know there was conflict, they know there were troubles, but they don't know why. And this clause in the curriculum does not say study the recent past, but it implies that they should by examining the causes and consequences of partition in 1921 and its influence on Northern Ireland today. Okay, so what are the implications for the research for history teaching? Several points I want to emphasize here. History teaching should be about challenging young people. It should be about myth busting when that exists. And it should be about illuminating them as to how history can be abused for self-interest and for political gain. If we put the emphasis on a disciplinary approach and on the critical examination of multiple perspectives, then I think we can bring out complexity, confusion are good things in history teaching. We can generate debate, and we can help young people both to critically examine others' interpretations, but also begin to formulate personal interpretations of the past. We've talked earlier about historians being influenced by their backgrounds. I think it's very important that we help young people understand that when they encounter history, particularly sensitive history, that their own backgrounds will influence the way they see the past. That's true of all of us. None of us are neutral in these situations. But it seems to me hugely important that we are aware of that possibility. And we have developed ways in which we can help young people through using fictional characters to understand that their interpretations, their encounter with history will be influenced by where they come from. And to take that into account when they are in the classroom. I think history has a responsibility to maintain this dialogue between past and present. Not to teach the past and then to try to relate it to the present, because that often becomes something that is tagged on and superficial. But rather that history teachers perhaps begin with the past and begin with the present rather and move back to the past. But certainly there should be a dialogue between past and present. A constant dialogue, a constant attempt to place markers in the present which demonstrate the influence of the past. Dealing with the most recent past, I think personal experiences have a huge part to play. The power of the story, the power of hearing a genuine story well told, even when that story is uncomfortable. But that goes beyond the psychological truth. To all those stories have to be put through the critical examination of the historical process. I know in South Africa there are classrooms which have taken testimony from the Peace and Reconciliation Commission and are using those as historical evidence in the classroom. So how do we take those stories and how do we put them through the criticality of the past? Again, we're working on some oral history projects. 2 schools from different backgrounds working on the same project, initially interviewing people from their own community, ordinary people about ordinary life during the Troubles, but inevitably you're going to encounter both victims and bystanders when you engage in such a project. And then perhaps switching over so that they get a chance to interview the other. And then coming together and presenting what they have found in some sort of common space where parents and others from the 2 communities can come together to examine their work. 2 points left. I think there are limitations also to the role of history teaching in peace building. Above all, I would argue it's the role of history to provide an informed context for contemporary dialogue. The history classroom, I do not think, is the place for that contemporary dialogue to take place in great depth. What I see as hugely important is history teaching providing background which can be then taken up by a connected curriculum where there is space for young people to engage with contemporary issues. And particularly, I think the whole relationship between history teaching and citizenship education needs to be much more clearly articulated. I'm not suggesting there's a demarcation line, but I am suggesting that one transitions into the other, that young people must be given space to examine the past critically and to learn from that, and then to bring that learning into the contemporary sphere of the citizenship classroom. And perhaps it is there where some of the more traumatic aspects of the past can be dealt with and resolved.
Thank you very much. I have a short announcement for the newcomers who cannot find seats. Please be aware that the conference is being broadcasted in the cafe, just opposite doors. So there's our second speaker is Monique Ekman. She's a sociologist and she's a professor emeritus of the School of Social Work, University of Applied Sciences, Western Switzerland in Geneva, where she has been teaching and researching from 1977 to 2013. Her research, teaching and publication focus on intergroup relations, identity and memory, and dialogue between groups in conflicts. She has developed concepts and interventions in the fields of education against racism, anti-Semitism, and right-wing extremism, human rights education, citizenship education, peace building, history and memory of the Holocaust and other genocides. She is advising projects in schools, memorial sites, and museums, and cooperates with various social, national, and international organizations. She took part as a senior researcher in the project commissioned by Fundamental Rights Agency of the EU on the role of historical sites and museum in Holocaust education and human rights education. She has acted as member of the jury on the funding program for human rights education through history learning of the German Foundation, Remembrance Responsibility feature. She is a member of the Swiss delegation to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance in the Education Working Group since 2004. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I cannot find my PowerPoint. Help.
Did you?
I downloaded it, but I don't know where it is.
What was the slideshow?
Cyprus, which is very original.
I think you forgot to Cyprus.
That's mine. That's mine.
That's it.
Yeah, that's mine.
Let's check the document. So right here.
We put it on the desk.
Isn't it?
But there is a
Cyprus
Cyprus
presentation.
presentation.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Cyprus presentation.
Cyprus presentation there.
Yeah, that's mine.
It's yours.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for this precious time. The time pressure is even getting stronger. So I start by thanking you for this wonderful invitation, the Association for Historical Dialogue, and this wonderful place here. I'm really grateful to be here, and I think you're doing amazing things here. I have already learned so much. It's my first time in Cyprus.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Is it Cyprus?
It says Cyprus, and then it says Cyprus again, and we did it all, and we did it with the translators, and I don't know where it disappeared. No, please, let me do it.
Cyprus.
Okay, let's do it like this. Slideshow, from the beginning. A long title. Okay. So, thank you really very much. I was very moved to discover all these movements, NGOs, activities, research projects, and also the integration of activity and intervention and research. And that's a bit the way I work also. I have chosen to speak about traumatic memories and not traumas also. I don't think it's in the field of the sociologist I am or the social psychologist I am. And I want to present an educational project which tries to implement more or less many of the things we have heard today. I think it tries to implement historical dialogue. I think it tries to implement the social identity theory into group relations. And some of the lessons you have just given us on multiple perspectives and so on. Why did I choose to present a project of Israeli Palestinians and Israeli Jews, whereas I live in Switzerland, in a country where there was no war since over 150 years? It sounds quite strange because I could have worked on racism, on anti-racist intervention, on intergroup conflicts. We have also ours. There were two reasons I chose to speak about this project. First of all, it brings together two or three of my main preoccupations, which is intergroup relations and conflicts, which is, I will look at my notes, which is dealing education against racism or hatred of the other, and with dealing with the memory and history and with memorial sites, which has become a very important part of my work. And I deal a lot with educators on memorial sites, which do, by the way, in Europe, an amazing job, which might interest you here too. But it's also because I'm a European, I'm a Jew, I'm a European Jew, and as such I feel connected to the Middle East. I feel somewhat involved, even if I don't want to do it. I'm also involved in dialogue in the diaspora. I think it's an important part of conflicts. So I go between, and it is for decades that I studied the models of dialogue and encounters. And at one time, we wanted to implement with colleagues a project which deals with the role of history and memory of the Holocaust and of the conflict and the Nakba. And it is experimental, it is an encounter program, and it is with Jews from Israel and with Palestinians from Israel, because we did not want to have a too big power imbalance with dealing with Palestinians under occupation. So this is the frame of the project. 2 words to give the credits. It was financed by some classical players. You can read here. I was not alone. Here is the team. And we had cooperation with the House of the Wannsee Conference in Berlin. And my university paid a qualitative study alongside the project. I did 3 series of interviews with the participants. Who were the participants? It was 16 multipliers. It was mostly history teachers and school heads and community workers from Israeli, Palestinian, and Jewish-Israeli groups. And it is an encounter program that lasted over a year in Jerusalem, and at the end we did a trip to Berlin. I will explain more about it, and I will take my watch to see. Yes, I have to keep it too. I want to say some words on the context and theoretical background. Also, there has been said so much that it's enough that I just mention it. The starting point and the concepts of the program, insights of the research, and then some further consideration for educators. What does it mean? The context and the theoretical background is quite classical. I think it's quite obvious for you now. It's the role of memory in the context of intractable conflicts, where each encounter between the two people makes arise the traumatic memory of what happened in the past. It's the context of social psychology, of intergroup relations and conflict. I also rely to the social identity theory, which we had a framework this morning. It is the context of divided memory of 2 different versions of the same facts, 2 different narratives. But within this project, we have a difference of what we have heard until now. Divided memory can be like it was in Northern Ireland, 2 visions on the same event. But here it's also 2 memories of different pasts. The Holocaust did not happen in Israel and Palestine, so it is the memories of different historical events also. Context of divided memories, a very asymmetrical situation of power if you take the whole region, which makes it difficult to dialogue between an occupier and an occupied. This is why we chose to stay inside the borders of Israel. And the competition of traumatic memories, the victims, which makes that in many encounter programs, educators, it is like a taboo for them to touch on the Holocaust because this makes arise so much feelings and fears and anger that they don't know even skilled educators, facilitators of encounter programs, how to deal with it. So what was the starting point? How do I come, a European Jew, together with Israelis and Palestinians to bring up a program about the Holocaust? It was not a program, this could be the attempt from some of educators to say it is a program which is like patronizing. They have to learn about the Holocaust. This was not the starting point, and I would never have done it like this. The idea came from the Palestinians. They said, at the end of another program, they said, it is time for us to deal with the Holocaust. Why? This is an interesting thing. First of all, it is, for many of them, a wish to participate in the public discourse in Israel and in the world about the Holocaust. They have the feeling, if they know the history, that it's empowering. And also, some of them who are history teachers, they said, I want to teach about the Holocaust in the schools, but I don't want only to teach coldly, I want to teach with emotions. So the emotions are, as would say in the heart of our project, because history teaching is not only about facts, it's really also about emotions. This is why I emphasize on the process. So what we try to do is to combine an encounter process and some of what we call Holocaust education, which I consider a horrible word. So the principle of encounter process we implemented is the dialectic, the l'alternance, I'm sorry, I speak German and French usually. The alternance of intergroup meetings and intra-group meetings. So it is a binational setting, and we have alternate, separate and common meetings. This is the heart of the idea of the encounter process. I will come back to this. And this was also a program, a long program. It was a young year program in Jerusalem and in the north of Israel. The first step was dealing with the group, constructing the group, and dealing with the local situation, the hic and nunc situation of the conflict and of the memory of the Nakba. And the second step was learning about the Holocaust by history lectures. And I think this is where we built in some of the ideas of historical dialogue, because we invited brilliant, very specialized historians to lecture. And it is not a translation by facilitators, group educators, who transmit what they know about the National Socialism, the Nazi terror system, and the Holocaust. It was really brilliant historical lectures. But the lectures were accompanied by the process of intergroup and in-group facilitation. They had lectures together, they had a discussion together, but then they met separately to debrief, to deal with what happened to me, and to deal with the feelings the lectures provoked. And they also had lectures on the conflict. And the third step was, the last step was a study trip to Berlin. So one of our friends was, of course, some of the peace education conflict transformation tradition, which aims at changing the perception of the other and change their own beliefs regarding the others and regarding ourselves. And I emphasized ourselves. I take this from Solomon and Newa. I think it's a very nice aim with to legitimize their narrative, to a critical examination of our contribution to the conflict, empathy for their suffering, and engagement in non-violent activities. There is no pretension to resolve the conflict, only to transform it. Yes. And we also took some central elements of education on the Holocaust. As my presenter has said, I'm dealing with the Holocaust in an international political and educational organization and working group since 10 years, and we have built together some strategies of how to deal with the Holocaust and with the National Socialism in history. Of course, the first point is always to deal with the memory of the victim. You cannot deal with a genocide without dealing with the memory of the victim. But it is very crucial to focus also about the perpetrators, the rise of the system of terror, the bureaucracy, the Nazi organizations, the ideology, etc. We did not want to stick to the victims' stories. To learn about historical facts, but also to introduce them to the most recent historical interpretations and debates. So we had some very good lectures about what historians discuss today. And this makes them, well, this is also what I think you just said before and what has been said in the first. And then dealing with the question of bystanders and learning about the history of memory. What was the history of the memory of the Holocaust? Which victims were memorized? When did which victims come up? When was what memorial created and by whom and for whom and so on. And to deconstruct, and that is one of our main themes in the International Task Force for Holocaust Education, to deconstruct our own national myth. I mean, Switzerland has also to deconstruct its own national myth about the Nazi, World War II, the Nazi time, and the Holocaust. Now again for the process facilitation, because I think this is maybe the part we have not yet discussed very much in this morning sessions. This binational setting means that you have two program directors, which was partly the case, but not completely, which is one of my critiques to the program. You have two facilitators, one Israeli and one Palestinian. You had historians from both sides, and you have these alternate, separate and common meetings. I don't know how far this tradition is implemented here, so I want to say some words on it. You have bilingual common meetings, which is an encounter, a confrontation, and which makes arise the intergroup conflicts. First of all, everybody wants to be nice to each other. And then the conflicts came up. One of the first ideas of the facilitators was to build a group, and they asked everybody to bring his or her favorite song to the group and explain why it was his or her favorite song. It seems nice, a favorite song. But actually, it came into a big clash because all of the songs had some ethnic or nationalistic or historical connotation. They were not neutral. So then this became a clash, and then the facilitators go in separate groups, monolingual groups, where you speak your own language within your own in-group, and there takes place the conflict elaboration, and the inter-group conflicts are much bigger sometimes than the inter-group conflicts. So this dialectic of creating discomfort, creating conflict, and creating dilemmas and conflicts in the separate groups is one of the motor of the whole process and helps to debrief what happens, because what happens when you discover the history and the drama of the other is not just direct empathy, it's first of all very big feelings of the own which has to be helped by the educators. By the way, this is also used by historians who have worked together or history teachers who have worked together. Now some findings. Why learn together about the Holocaust? Well, each group had kind of expression of, it is my mission to listen to the other but to tell him my story. Both of them. Another issue was, should we compare or should we not compare the Shoah and the Nakba? They represented the project to the financer. Everybody said, but you cannot compare, you cannot make a program on the Holocaust and the Nakba. It was not a program on the Holocaust and the Nakba. It was a program on the Holocaust, but starting with a situation in conflict. The participants did not really compare. I wanted to quote some, but I think I will have no time. I have time? They said, like, amazing things came out in the interviews I had with them. One of the Palestinians came from a Bedouin village where he said, my whole village thinks the Holocaust was a joke. And I do not compare it, but I think my village thinks the Nakba was bigger. And another one which shows that the ethnic background is not the only dimension to explain things. He came from a communist family, and he said, in our family, in our communist tradition, there is no doubt about, there is no comparison between both. The Holocaust was a genocide, the Nakba is a tragedy, is a crime, but it's not the same. So his communist background made him express differently. And to compare or not compare the Shoah and the Nakba, but the Israeli Jews said mostly, of course we should not compare, but everybody compares in everyday discourse, so it is present in the Israeli society as a comparison anyhow. Another thing which came out is this dynamic between us and them. Of course, there was first identification with your own group, but slowly there was also taking distance with their own group, and many of the people testimonied, said how much they felt lonely in the groups, that they feel alone with their opinions, and also how much they were under pressure for loyalty with the group once they go home. And I think for education, this is a major issue which I want to come back at the end. Sorry to the distanciation. Yes. What I forgot to stress is that the participants were not declared leftist. We tried to have participants of the whole political, or at least from a broad political spectrum. because it was not a course for convinced people who just could do whatever they did. We had people who said, I'm a rightist, but I want to listen to the other. And by listening to the other, he felt how much he was distanced from his own group. And new dilemmas came up, dissonance with what they knew before, and dissonance with their own group. And so came up these very heavy fights within their own group. For example, when the Jewish participants accused the Palestinians not to distance themselves from the terrorist attacks, then the Jews had a big fight among them because some excused them, some not, and the Palestinians discovered with interest that in fact the other group does not think all the same, and they discovered how much a group is not monolithic, and vice versa too. So maybe some images. Part of the program was in the north, was to visit the destroyed villages, where Palestinian villages which have been destroyed in 47, 48, and where still can see on the ground where they were and so on. And practically none of them, neither Palestinian, Israelis, no Israeli Jews have ever been visiting these villages. No.
In Israel?
In Israel, yes. Destroyed villages still in Israel. Just to give one example, maybe I have a look at my notes. Okay. Now I want to speak about the study trip to Berlin, because I think this was also one of the main issues, to go to Berlin. Why go to Berlin and not go to Auschwitz? Everybody asked us this question. You should go to Auschwitz. No, we decided not to go to Auschwitz. The group did a visit in Yad Vashem, which is the Israeli memorial for the victims of the Holocaust. And we thought that on one hand, there was enough victim competition in the Middle East that we did not have to emphasize the victim side. And also, Auschwitz has become, has really a kind of an iconographic status, and is become kind of sacralized place where it is difficult to make history. It is possible, but it takes a lot of time. And we thought that they would much more benefit of visiting the perpetrator society, the way the perpetrator society dealt with the past, what we have heard, how they, they did well deal with the past, but still there was a fear, do we have to go to learn from the Germans? No, we did not go to learn from the Germans, because we went to learn in Germany, on the territory of where it happened, and where memorials have been built, struggles take place, and so on. And also because Berlin has been a divided city which has overcome the division, and because it's a multicultural society where you find multiple narratives, and also the Turks in Berlin and the Palestinians in Berlin, there is also a big community of Palestinians in Berlin, have to deal with the history of the Holocaust if they want to be citizens of the local place. So all this we found made a program of very interesting encounters with many different groups, with historians, and by visiting memorial places. So just some words on the memorial places. This is the Museum of the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where you can experience, like in every concentration camp, the complexity of the Nazi terror system, the complexity of the inmates. There were not only Jews, but Poles, prisoners of war, euthanasia, the whole people from the Polish elite, and Soviet prisoners of war. So we visited this, and at one point, the Palestinian, they had a lot of empathy, and at one point the Palestinians said, but when I look at the inmates, I just cannot help. I always see the Palestinian prisoners in the prisons. So is this a shared memory? Is it empathy? Is it not? Let's leave it for the moment. The second image is the Grunewald Memorial in Berlin. The Grunewald, there is the track number 17, where the Jews from Berlin have been deported to the concentration camps. And this track is in a very nice neighborhood. There are houses all around. And what struck most the participants is the concept of bystanders. All these Germans who live around have seen the deportations, and what did they do? So here arose the whole debate about bystanders and what can you do in a society when you are a bystander of a crime. For the Palestinian participants said sometimes it's difficult for us this trip because we go to a Jewish place. It was not really a Jewish place, but it's true also that the Jewish history is always present. But nevertheless, there were two incidents I want to tell very briefly. The first is that in the Museum of Sachsenhausen, oh, I forgot to say something important. Teaching this way is not teaching for commemoration. It is teaching about memory, memorials, memory building, but not to say to people you have to commemorate. Commemoration is if you want to commemorate for the own people, it's okay. But you don't impose a commemoration for somebody else. But spontaneously, one of the Jewish participants, he opened his backpack, he took out the picture. It was his grandfather and his uncle. They had been killed in Buchenwald, and he did a very short ceremony of prayer. And the whole group joined in. And the Palestinians hugged him and said him her empathy. And he was so touched, he said this was the major event of the whole course, of course, for him. This was very important. And then was a second event I want to tell very briefly. One of the memorials which was most impressive to the participants were the Stolpersteine. These are stones where you stumble over and you have to stop and to look at. An artist decided to offer one of these stones every time when an NGO or a civil movement or somebody research a history of deported persons and so the name and the birth date and the deportation date is on the floor in front of the house where this person has lived. There are also stones for the Roma, but the Roma do not want that you walk on their names, so their names are not on the stones, only the dates. This was very impressive to the participants, and one of the Jewish participants said, maybe we should think to make stones like this in front of the Palestinian houses where Palestinians have been expelled. When I interviewed the Palestinian who said she always thinks of the prisoners, I told her what this participant had said to me. So the interviewer in a way is part of a process. And she was so touched, she said, oh, that's big. So kind of a reparation of both sides on a micro level had taken place. So what can we use from all this to a culture of mutual recognition that is transferable? I think the importance of a shared setting is as symmetrical as possible is a crucial thing, and this is what I like so much here. You have a shared setting. Believe me, this is not always the case. This is really wonderful. Then dealing with historical facts and interpretations really needs to deal with emotions, fear, anger, troubles, dilemmas, difficult of facing contradictory views within the own group. So the importance of the group and of the self-reflection is really crucial. And I think that if you want to have a historical program, you have to organize a process. What does it affect me that history is not as I have always been told, or that I would like to believe it, by the way? Another point is, it is very important that both groups be challenged. You cannot make one program which challenges one group and not the other. I mean, to be a victim is often a way to put yourself in a place where you cannot be challenged, because to be a victim is per se to do nothing bad. And also a point which I think I forgot to put on the PowerPoint is the importance of being aware of yourself's position as an educator in the setting. Nobody is neutral. I could not more emphasize with you that this is so true. Now about the competition of victimhood, which is in tragedies like the genocides or the expulsions of population, but which is also an issue in anti-racist education. I think this, I have already said this, but the second point might be important. Every experience of suffering is unique, and you have to be recognized. But we have to recognize and acknowledge, I don't know the difference really, of victims' experiences and not turning them into identities. Identity is what I am, experience is what happened to me. And the suffering of victims, I think, can never be compared, cannot be ranked, but the crimes of perpetrators can be ranked. Put into hierarchy, and international justice is part of this and is an important contribution for this. So in fact, one of the things we could also use more in the places where there have been trials is the material of the trials to teach. And the role of the system. I have 5 minutes left, that's wonderful. About teaching history, it's about divided and shared memory. It's teaching history, not teaching memory. We have a big debate in Latin and French-speaking countries, which I'm not sure it's so strong in English, in the Anglo-Saxon world. It's about le devoir de mémoire, the duty of memory. No, there is not a duty of memory, there is a duty of history first. And the history of memory, which I think I already said. The idea is to go from divided memory to shared memory and not to a common narrative. It is more to, that's the 4th point, from the concept of memory to concept of historical consciousness. This is this whole school of history education, which I think you are linked to, which is in Germany, Norway, in Sweden, in Denmark, and so they're working on historical consciousness, which is the concept of knowing both memories and including my own memory, my narrative and theirs, and being aware of that you are a historical subject, which is positioned somewhere, but can know the others too. And this is about historical consciousness rather than historical memory. And divided memories need really to give a space to sharing their narratives, because there is not always a common. And I like what Edouard Said said, we have to think our histories in common, even if it is difficult. And this opens the possibility for the future, I believe. Now, one of the difficulties of this project is, I would mention 2 things, the other things have been mentioned. The first is, this kind of projects are very expensive, because you need historical knowledge, historians, and you need facilitators who know what is a group process. You have to know to facilitate this. And I'm not sure that the same people can know this. Each of us. So you need a lot of people. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, at the end of such a process, the people when go back to their communities, they're pressured. They are treated as betrayers. Maybe you know it also. And they're accused of their own people. Why do you deal with the Holocaust? Why do you deal with the conflict or the Nakba? Instead of dealing with our own history. So there has to be, in fact, the process has to go on. And support systems, when people go back in the communities, have to be found, otherwise it goes away again. So I think this is what I wanted more or less to explain. Just wanted maybe to open, can you transfer some ideas to school? I understood that you are dealing very much with school. This is a project outside of school, but with school teachers. So maybe this is what we can take out of it. The methodological requirements is that there is historical knowledge present, that there is a safe space where you can deal with emotions, that you have tools to bring up dissonance, discomfort, but also that you're clear about your own position. And more generally, I would say, exactly as he spoke out of my heart with the historical dialogue, excuse me. More generally, I think we should also, as educators, refer more to the concepts of transitional justice. And Switzerland has a concept of transitional justice which does not use the word justice because it's supposed to be a bit, it's understood as too legal. It's understood as something which regards only tribunals, trials. So there is this dealing with the past framework where in fact this educational project we also implement part of it. I just show it to you, you can find it on the internet. I think it's highly interesting because you find there, in some of the corners you find memories, history books, teaching history and so on. So in fact this action has to be brought into a broader context. It's a micro action and we can hope that it spreads out. I have finished.
Okay. All right.
And maybe we can discuss this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Our respondent is Paulita Karalambos. She works as a research associate at the European University of Cyprus in collaboration with King's College London in the project titled Crossing Languages and Borders, Intercultural Language Education in a Conflict Troubled Context. Her research centers around the examination of cultural practices in education in divided societies, including literature, education, literacy practices, intercultural and peace education. She has worked as a researcher in various Cyprus and European projects and as a teacher's trainer on related topics.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the introduction. And I would like to thank the presenters for two very insightful papers on aspects of dealing with traumatic memories in the education of conflict-ridden societies. My response today will attempt first to engage with some of the main ideas introduced by the two presenters, and then to relate these ideas to the Cypriot context and open up space for discussion. I found interesting and really valuable the fact that the theoretical insights from both presentations in this session had as their starting point empirical research projects which scrutinized at the operational level the impact of current theoretical perspectives in concrete pedagogical interventions. Alan McCally's presentation from the context of Northern Ireland drew from a set of 253 interviews with students which aimed to evaluate the usefulness of inquiry-based, multi-perspectival approaches to history teaching. While Monique Ekman's insights drew from an experimental encounter program in Israel, which brought together adult Jewish and Palestinian participants in order to focus on the two major traumatic events of each community, namely the Holocaust for the Jewish and the Nakba, the catastrophe for the Palestinians. Both projects examine formal and less formal attempts for teaching difficult history. Both attempts involve pedagogic approaches which aim to unsettle the certainties of collective communal memories and try to scrap old conflict-related traumas. While Macaulay's study focuses on students' learning experiences in formal educational settings, namely in history classrooms, which follow the national curriculum, Ekman's work looks at the informal, yet pedagogically structured, setting of an encounter program in which adults voluntarily participate in bi-communal and monocommunal meetings, as well as in a study visit in Berlin. In both settings, the research projects investigated the impact of pedagogies of destabilization that aim to question and critique the participants' assumptions and perceptions. Yet, what these two more or less structured pedagogic attempts seem to be pitting against is the power of informal, even subconscious learning processes that take place outside the school during the long process of the individual socialization within the cultural practices of the family and the wider society. Macaulay employs the concept of the narrative schematic templates in order to describe the dominant community perspectives, cognitive, emotional, and discursive, that circulate in the society and are passed down to the individual through his or her years-long immersion in the social practices of his or her community. These frames are very difficult to undo and to a large extent determine the individual's prevailing orientation towards the past. And I think that in different ways, both presentations invite us to think harder about the pedagogic effects of wider cultural practices in shaping and reproducing the dominant community perspectives, for example, the practices of the media, the arts, popular culture, religious institutions, and national rituals. Macaulay's presentation has pointed to the importance of engaging with students' own interpretative resources in the history learning process and of linking history teaching to the experiences and assumptions that the students hold, as well as to the events of the more recent history. On the other hand, Ekman's study visit in Berlin seems to employ exactly this pedagogic potential of cultural practices and artifacts, the pedagogic potential of sites, museums, monuments, which rather represent good practices, in order to undo the established preconceptions, taboos, and traumas of her participants. One of the most potent elements of collective memory with which history education has to struggle is the narratives of victimization that prevail on both conflicting sides. In both conflict settings in these presentations, the memories of the two communities are not only different, but also competing and antagonistic, operating through strict binaries of victims and perpetrators. Ekman reminds us that in such processes, the idea of the victim often conflates with that of the hero, in a way that the identity of the victim/hero comes with a sense of moral superiority, which does not allow for accommodating the perspectives of the other community. In these cases, victimhood ceases to be a historically specific experience and becomes an all-encompassing interpretative frame, a lens for making sense of lived experience both in the past and the present. The narratives of victimization and heroization are achieved through the irregular commemoration of the atrocities of the other and acquire a strongly emotive character which rarely allows for principled historical investigation. To challenge this emotive power of the participants' predetermined positions, both presentations make resort to the idea of dialogue, both in intercommunal and in intracommunal levels. Dialogue between communities allows for the acknowledgement of the other's memory as a legitimate position and for the critical examination of one's own contribution to the conflict. Dialogue within communities allows individuals to realize the diverse perspectives and internal dilemmas that exist within their own group. In this context, the idea of conflict as debate and critical juxtapositions or as confusions, as Macaulay has reminded us, can be extremely productive. It can do away with monophonic collective narratives and introduce polyphony and multi-perspectivity in the history learning process. As both presentations show, the access to conflicting yet shared narratives and the participation in a shared debate is already a significant step down the road to rethinking a very toxic past. This host of insights is particularly relevant to the case of the Cyprus conflict, despite the fact that, as we were jokingly saying with colleagues the other day, our conflict may seem a peaceful one when compared to the ongoing atrocities in cases like India and Pakistan, Israel and Palestine, or Israel and Palestine. Despite the lack of intercommunal violence for many years now, the Cyprus conflict still qualifies as a case of intractable conflict, spanning across more than one generation, infiltrating through every aspect of Cypriot social life, and involving strong polarization between the two sides. Indeed, the 4 decades-long physical and cultural division of the island has reinforced ethnic estrangement between the two communities and gave rise to different versions of history, remembering, and intended futures. Papadakis' research has shown how narratives of collective memory and rituals for commemorating trauma on both sides have been constructed against each other, while at the same time displaying remarkable structural analogies in terms of their nationalistic logic. Similarly, public education, which has been historically separate for the two communities, has been instrumental in defining the patterns of collective remembering and forgetting. In the Greek Cypriot side, the policy that since the 1980s has defined the framework for commemorating the trauma of the 1974 and reproducing unlived collective memories for the younger generation was the policy known as I Don't Forget and I Struggle. The policy focused on transmitting knowledge about the occupied territories and the sufferings brought about by the Turkish military offensive. In doing so, the policy introduced a strictly Hellenocentric outlook, which reiterated the narrative of Greek Cypriot victimization with hardly any references to the other side or to intercommunal relations. After decades of dominance of this master narrative, the framework of I Don't Forget has been somewhat unsettled in 2008 by the introduction of a policy encouraging peaceful coexistence between the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots. For the first time since the war of 1974, this new policy introduced reconciliation-related ideas in Greek Cypriot education and challenged its strictly Hellenocentric perspective. The resistance with which this policy has been met both by educators and by social institutions demonstrated the power of the dominant collective memory and traumas. Research with teachers conducted by colleagues and myself has identified tremendous emotional resistances towards the new policy, which impeded the successful implementation of this initiative, especially in the cases of participants with family legacies of trauma. Working with these Greek Cypriot teachers in a series of seminars made us realize the difficulties, both emotional and practical, involved in the process of stepping out of the safety of the familiar collective narrative of victimization and finding the resources to relate to. Should we look for some principles for selecting which traumatic or controversial issues to discuss, when and in what way? And finally, the contrast between the two presentations made me think of what could be the strategies for moving from pedagogic interventions in small groups that in which some of the participants have been already persuaded to wider audiences beyond the already convinced, like in the case of changes in the national curricula and introducing such perspectives in the classrooms. And with these thoughts, I close and I leave the floor for the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, as my colleague in the first session announced that we invite you to brief questioning. No comments, no interpretation. Leave this until lunchtime, please. Okay.
Ellen, I would like to ask you a question. Coming to the perspectives. I would like to ask you a question about the comparison of the different perspectives. Coming to the perspectives in the textbook, for example, is it best to say to the children that this is good or this is not? Or is it best to let the children to create their own creativity, their own perspectives? That is my question to you. And to you, Dr. Monet Edman, talking about Viktor Frankl, for example. Viktor Frankl he was a psychologist, and he has books about Holocaust and Auschwitz as well. So, Viktor Frankl used Auschwitz camps as the way to forgive the other, because in the first day he walked towards the horizon, and at the end of the horizon, or returning to the camp, because Nazi soldiers abandoned the Auschwitz camp, he came to the conclusion that he had to forgive even his torturers. So, coming to these Holocaust events, for example, is it because of the ban of the memories in Israel, the hatred against the Palestinians is still continuing? Is it because of there is a censorship on talking about this situation? There is a ban about talking the Holocaust event, for example. So the hatred is still continuing, and let's say, the events against the Palestinians or tortures are still continuing. Is it because of this situation? Thank you.
There was another question here, and then, please.
Thank you. Thank you both for your very interesting presentation. Alan, I think you made a very pertinent point, suggesting that you are convinced that we cannot have good history teaching separated from some kind of reconciliation process. And I believe this is epistemologically very sound, because going back to Piaget's work, I mean, morality of thought, he said, is the equals. He said logic is the morality of thought, and as morality is the logic of action. So, in a sense, he was trying to make the point that knowledge is always based on a dialogue free of constraints and collaboration and based on mutual respect. So there cannot be knowledge, historical knowledge, without this process of discussing different perspectives and reaching some kind of coordination of the perspectives, which of course implies some process of conflict also, socio-cognitive conflict. But I wanted to also ask a question, and maybe I could get your reaction on this. From your own experience, what is, let's say, the major obstacles that the teachers have in overcoming this perception that we also see in Cyprus, that history teaching should be about the cultivation of national pride. And I also want to give a position on the argument that being proud of your in-group is not equal to being prejudiced about the other, because we also hear this kind of argument. I mean, personally, my opinion is that logically you can make arguments for this position, but I think empirically, especially in post-conflict societies, these two things usually go hand in hand. But I wanted your experience.
And the last question,
Thank you. Thank you, the two presenters, for the excellent presentations. I would like to extend Hans' question in regards to yes, in regards to this clear preference we have shown for an extensive approach to history teaching. Expensive, yeah. Okay. And I have two questions that, let's say, have their origin in the way we understand and we live conflict in Cyprus and the difficulties we face when it comes to discuss a possible reform on history education. The first problem is that when you say, when we start that history should be linked to moral presumptions, the issue of national identity arises. What does that mean? That they link morality with national identity. So they say it's moral, and the national is linked, it's moral, so why not teach for national identity? Thus, it's, and I think this is a case for the communities in Cyprus. So, the second question I have is that, including, of course, only two perspectives, is problematic. I mean, it's a disaster. It's against the concept of one perspective. On the other side, what I didn't understand is that how can we combine multi-perspectivity with for doing history for reaching, let's say, a moral objective. How we can combine, I mean, beyond presenting the multiple perspectives, beyond providing the sources. So, in what activities are we engaged children so we reach our goal?
We can now get the answer. We'll have a second round.
Okay. First one around how do we present? Sorry. The first one around how do we present multiple perspectives. I think there's an issue here about the role of the textbook and the importance given to textbooks in education generally, in different education systems. In some education systems, it strikes me that the textbook is God. The textbook is the curriculum, the textbook is the pedagogy. Now, I don't think in the British system generally that the textbook in the last 50, 60 years has had such preeminence. And indeed, there's always been a tradition of competition for textbooks. So, for example, in Northern Ireland, we've never had designated state textbooks for history, or for other subjects for that matter. It's always been a commercial process of competition. But more importantly, I think, in the last 30 years, with a move towards a more disciplinary approach to history teaching, the importance of the textbook has declined. Or indeed, it would be very common, or maybe not common, but it would be good practice for teachers to use several books as sources of evidence. The books themselves are no more than that. They are interpretations, they are evidence of the past, and to use them in that way. So someone was talking earlier about young people become critical of the textbooks themselves. So that is part of the whole process. But I would argue that the concept of the textbook does not sit easily with the idea of multiple perspectivity. The emphasis on textbook writing is often on simplification. And arguably, we need resources, be they in textbook form or in package form or whatever, which both present primary evidence from a range of different perspectives, but also include aspects of interpretation from a different perspective. And that can be both academic perspectives, but also textbooks should contain representations of popular interpretation. So I would like to see textbooks which contain some of those wall murals, which contain politicians' views of the past from different perspectives, so that young people get the opportunity both to critique the primary evidence, but also get an opportunity to critique interpretations of the past. Do you want me to take the second couple?
You maybe.
Well, you answer first.
Maybe just one comment to this point. The history teachers with which I work with, we try to use as much as possible original documents and learn how to put them into context. I guess this is included in your method. I just wanted to add this. I think you should go on, and I will come back.
Okay. Obstacles to teachers and this whole question of national pride. One of the criticisms that Keith Barton has had of the Northern Ireland history teaching process is that he would say in some senses it lacks a soul, in that it does not place any emphasis really on this idea of fostering. I'm not going to say national pride, but civic pride. I think in a divided society, we've got to find some commonality, but that commonality shouldn't be artificial. It should look for those aspects of the common experience which can be genuinely shared. If teachers are not neutral, then it is important that they recognize that they too may be teaching through a particular lens. But by the same token, teachers come from different communities, and it is legitimate that they demonstrate pride in that community. I think what's really crucial here is that they critique very strongly what are the strengths of their own grouping, and that what they present can be stood over from an ethical point of view. Does that answer? I do not see a contradiction necessarily between presenting multiple perspectives, but also teachers encouraging young people to take pride in their own communal backgrounds. To me, that they are not. They're potentially divergent, but I don't think they are mutually exclusive. And I'll talk about that later. Okay. And that probably answers the second question to some extent as well. Okay.
Okay, I will try to answer some of the questions too. Auschwitz and the continuity, there are, if I understood well, it's as well a historical continuity as a psychological continuity. There are several explanations. I don't really know what produces a genocide in general, but the historical and social connections. I mean, everybody in Europe, every society is in a way connected to Auschwitz, to the Holocaust. By the way, the Holocaust took not only place in Auschwitz, we should more speak about the killing fields and the mass murdering which happened before Auschwitz. But I think each society has to look at its own part of the story. And I would like, in a way, not to answer the question and give it back to you. What do you teach about the DP camps here after the war? What happened here? What is the memory of the people who stayed here for 1 year, 2 years, who wanted to go to Palestine, who could not, and so on? this is part of the Auschwitz history, of the Middle East history, and of your history. And I think this is a way to link the things. I'm sorry not to answer directly. About the major obstacles of history teaching, I don't know, it depends where people come from and what is their identification rather than their identity. I think it's about identification. It's how you position yourself in the history of the group you belong to. And I would like to answer here on a social psychology level, and that's, I think it is crucial that even if you're critical towards your own group, you have to learn to live with your own group, because otherwise you betray your history, your family's history, and so on. You can be critical. I think it's important to learn to live with dilemmas, and mostly the dilemma is not, as we have seen in Rwanda, in the movie yesterday, of people who acted themselves. Mostly it's their parents or even their grandparents. So it is not about guilt, it is about responsibility, and the responsibility is to tell the story and to criticize and to deal how it was with, and I don't think that pride of the belonging of the own group is maybe the most important notion. It's more to integrate and really incorporate the own group with its critics, dilemmas, with its struggles. This is, I think, important. And then you can be proud of your group, even if, or be within your group without prejudice against the other. In Europe, we try to distinguish now between nationalism and patriotism. I think this could be a way. Patriotism is, I like my country. But Switzerland is not a good example at the moment because the rejection of the other is very strong. So maybe it's also because when you don't integrate your own group and your own history. So I would like to say just one word to the need of history. I think the need of history has not only a moral component, which is maybe less my field, but also a civic component. If you don't know the history of the place where you live, you cannot be a citizen of the place where you live. You don't understand how the institutions are built, how the mechanism of power function, and so on. So for me, it's crucial that history also teaches about how the structure of the society has become what it is today.
Thank you very much. I think we are all united.
Thank you very much. I think we are all united for lunch now.
Thank you.
Half an hour. I need someone to keep helping this guy.
It's connecting. So it's connecting.
Okay, she's.
No. You're on. Okay, perfect. Did you hear the beginning?
Hello.
Pam?
Can you want to come in?
Pam, can you hear me?
Pam, she's on the beach. She's coming to us. Here we are. Hello.
Hello. There you are. Pam, can you hear us?
I sent it to another computer so that it is stronger.
Pam?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello? Pam? Yes, I can hear you.
Pam, can you hear me? Pam, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, great.
Yes, I can hear you, but yes.
Okay, I'm just going to introduce the session and then I will give you the floor. I feel like I'm going to go home.
Thank you.
NASA here. Okay. This is the third session on a very, very interesting day. The topic that we're discussing now is going to be on peace education and citizenship education. And we have Pamela Christie in South Africa and Gal Levy here in Cyprus next to us. Peace education is a very broad field and sometimes can be difficult to define. Very simply, peace education empowers learners with the knowledge, skills, attitudes, values necessary to end violence and injustice and promote a culture of peace. Human rights education, multicultural education,
Global citizenship education, conflict resolution all fall under the scope of peace education and provide different approaches to the field. Peace education is highly contextual, but the underlying goal is the same. Peace is peace, no matter where you are. Pam is, I will introduce her while Diagos is trying to get started on the side, is Pam Christie is Professor of Education at the University of Cape Town, South Africa, and Honorary Professor at the University of Queensland, Australia. Her research interests are in social justice, education policy, and school change. Her South African publications include Opening the Doors of Learning, Changing Schools in South Africa, and The Right to Learn. And in Australia, she's co-author of Reconciliation Pedagogy, Leading Learning, and Teachers and Schooling Making a Difference. Pam was founding member of UNESCO Chair in Teacher Education for Diversity and Development at the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. And if you can manage Skype, we will welcome her. Pam, you can, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
We don't have a
The suggestion was made that I turn my picture off. Here I am. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. Welcome. You look wonderful.
Thank you very much. If the line gets poor, I will turn the picture off.
Okay.
Okay.
Pam, we have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Good, thank you. I became involved with issues of peace education and social justice through my involvement in the anti-apartheid struggle and the reconciliation process that followed that and the establishment of the new South Africa. And at that period, I was very much inspired by Jean-Paul Lederach's notion of the moral imagination. And I give a quote from Lederach. He says, stated simply, the moral imagination requires the capacity to imagine ourselves in a web of relationships that includes our enemies. The ability to sustain a paradoxical curiosity that embraces complexity without reliance on dualistic polarity. The fundamental belief in and pursuit of the creative act and the acceptance of the inherent risk of stepping into the mystery of the unknown that lies beyond the far too familiar landscape of violence. So the concept of moral imagination, a web of relationships that involves us and our enemies, so-called, without becoming dualistic and fundamentally accepting the need for a creative act that is not certain. And I found that very helpful in understanding the process that I was going through at the time. But since then, within South Africa, things have become a little bit more complicated. Whereas before 1994, we had an imaginary, a moral imagination of a non-racial democratic social order, gave a moral and intellectual leadership to the liberation struggle. And in the reconstruction process, we were able to set up the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which led the way into a new social order. And we had a new constitution with a Bill of Rights in which there would be no discrimination, everybody equal in every way before the law. But in spite of this, more than 2 decades later, South Africa remains profoundly unequal. imaginary of liberation has hardly been touched, even though we have the formalities of the modern state. The practices and experiences of everyday life follow the rhythms of the fundamentally unequal neoliberal political economy. And the burden of poverty is still shouldered disproportionately by black people. So, what does this mean for peace education, transitional justice, and the moral imagination? I have come to understand that imaginary needs to be sustained by changes in everyday life if justice is to be achieved. The imagination of itself may breathe life into the movement, and representations such as the Constitution and the Bill of Rights may give us a certain depiction of how we want to live. But unless in our everyday lives we practice different ways of being with each other, we will not achieve the promise of that imaginary. And I have also come to understand that this is a state of continuous work, that we have to continue with our imaginary. We have to continue with the representations of this in our Constitution and the formalities of public life, but we have to, in our everyday practices, sustain what it is that we wish to achieve in our social order. So I'm going to make a couple of comments about reconciliation. So I've argued so far that the moral imagination is essential, but not sufficient. And I have come to realize that. I've also come to realize that the term reconciliation is a much more complex one than we realized earlier on. I think that reconciliation is something which, at its most hopeful, awakens the possibility of something new. But at its least hope, reconciliation is an acknowledgement of acceptance. And I'm going to give a couple of examples, 4 examples I need. You see, when we talk of reconciliation on a personal level, I say, I am reconciled to my fate. And that means that I accept what is before me rather than struggle against it. I may accept with reluctance and sadness. I may accept with surrender and a sense of defeat. The main point is that when I reconcile, I cease to struggle against what lies before me. And at best, I may hold hope for something better to come. I think at an interpersonal level, as my second example, I am reconciled to someone else through the mutual repair of a ruptured relationship. It implies that we acknowledge to move on from the point of hurt or harm.
Okay, maybe we'll close our, maybe we'll close the screen.
She has to close to that. Okay. She's on, okay. Just,
Pam? Pam? Can you hear us? No? Pam, we've closed the screen, but can you hear us? Connecting. We just decided to close the screen so we can hear you better.
Good.
Okay, now we can hear you very well. Can you kind of go back 2 steps?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to say I was talking about reconciliation?
Right, and we were talking about the interpersonal level.
Interpersonal level, where the relationship may rupture and require further reconciliation.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I may reconcile myself to continuing a relationship of hurt or harm. And another meaning of reconciliation is evident in the Catholic sacrament of reconciliation or confession, which restores a person's relationship to God through acts of confession, contrition, forgiveness, and absolution. So it's an acknowledgement of fault, an expressed intention to change, as well as certain actions which I need to undertake, and a recommitment to the relationship with God. So that's a third instance of reconciliation. A fourth example of reconciliation is in the context of formal accounting, where I reconcile my accounts with the bank. And when I reconcile my accounts with the bank, it means I count up the balances of debits and credits. But if there are discrepancies between the debits and the credits, they cannot be set aside. Rather, they are carried forward into the future records. So unlike the Catholic sacrament of reconciliation, nothing can be done to correct the record, and the consequences remain until rectified. So I hope that I have shown that reconciliation is a very complex process. And in a national context of reconciliation, such as South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we were able to have sufficient acknowledgement of past harm in order to move into the future. But it does not mean that all forms of repair have taken place. And I think, again, as with my understanding of the moral imagination, I'm suggesting that reconciliation is not a fixed state. It is something that we need to continue to work on. Minimally, what we need is that we take the necessary steps to come to terms with whatever we need to come to terms with in order to move forward.
We can't hear you now.
Just went off.
Forgiveness is not a political category, and it cannot be mandated. Moreover, forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that there is no punishment. Punishment may be important for restoring moral balance or personal dignity. Nor does it mean forgetting, which is one of the most shallow and dangerous responses to harm. However, it does entail an acknowledgement of the moment and a resolve to move forward. It's a moment of reconciliation that looks beyond itself, backwards and forwards, intimating and anticipating more to be done. At its most optimistic, it intimates hope for new possibilities. At its least optimistic, it may just mean resignation. I may simply accept. There is a fragile moment between past and future, and it always requires us to do further work. So what are the implications for what I'm saying for education? First of all, I think we have to be very careful when we use a concept like peace education to ensure that we capture some of the complexities of what I've been talking about. In other words, I don't know what peace education can do in contexts where harm continues. Perhaps it means an acknowledgement of what is happening rather than a move or a sense of something already achieved. The alternative that I work with in this framework is actually an alternative of what I call an ethics of engagement in education. And I use a definition of ethics provided by the theorist Anna Yateman, who says, and I'm going to read this definition, to open ourselves to ethical demands is to open ourselves to the challenge of thinking well and in ways that make our thoughtful engagement with the human condition both open and accountable to our contemporaries as fellow coexistents. It means being willing to listen to their objections to how we have represented the demands that ethics poses for us and them, and when we have listened to those objections, to reconsider our position and to continue to engage in the dialogue with these interlocutors, the people we are speaking with. Just to start to repeat that, to open ourselves to ethical demands is to open ourselves to the challenge of thinking well and in ways that make our thoughtful engagement with the human condition open and accountable to our contemporaries and coexistence. So this form of engagement, this ethical openness, requires us continually to be thinking about human good and harm in the world that we share with others, and human and not human. And I think in education, the way that I use it is to say, first of all, a commitment as educators to intellectual rigor, in which we strive continually to understand and engage with complex social processes without going for easy options, continually working to try to understand the social conditions that we are in a spirit of intellectual rigor. Secondly, an ethics of civility, drawing on the word by educator and invaluable, a sense that how we live together in the public sphere is fragile and must continually be built. And there is a role of education in helping us to build the conditions for a shared public space. And thirdly, I think education entails an ethic of care, and here I draw on the work of Levinas, a willingness to engage with the suffering of the other, prior to any concerns of reciprocity and mutual obligation, a radical openness to the other, evident in the face of the other. So I hope what I have shown in these 20 minutes is that issues of peace education and issues of transitional justice require us continuously to engage with what is difficult, understanding that the human condition is full of complexity and possibilities, and what we strive to do is to achieve the best we can for a life engaged with others in the world that we share, without expecting necessarily easy solutions or simple states. So those are my reflections based on my experiences of a process of peace and transitional justice in a context where I work always for social justice in education. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. If we can ask you to stay with us for the next speaker on the panel and also the respondent, and to take questions, would that be okay, Pam?
will be fine.
Thank you.
And if I drop out, you'll reconnect with me.
We'll keep reconnecting. I'm extremely grateful for not only bringing us to a contextual situation, but also for giving us the challenges, and that it's a difficult process. And I was grateful to your references to bringing in the concept of also forgiveness to reconciliation. And I would just add the thought that maybe we can come back to in the discussion of the concept of repentance. As you brought a little bit of the theological dimension, maybe we can bring that and the whole concept of grace. The next speaker is Dr. Gal Levy, who is a senior teaching faculty and researcher at the Open University and the founding director in NYU Tel Aviv. Dr. Gal studies the relationships between education, ethnicity, religion, and citizenship, and has published on ethnic politics and education, the education reform in the Palestinian society, and on ethnic and class voting. His chapter on contested citizenship of the Arab Spring and beyond is forthcoming in the Routledge Handbook of Global Citizenship Studies. His current research projects include alternative education in the Palestinian society in Israel, citizenship enactment in the Arab and Jewish societies, and urban citizenship since 2011. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here, and I thank the AHDR for the invitation and everybody took part in this, in organizing this conference. I want, in a short deviation from the title of this panel, to talk today about political education in order to understand what we're missing in peace and citizenship education in neoliberal times. So please bear with me while I'm taking you through this little detour.
Excuse me, is it possible to organize the microphone closer?
Not working.
You have to have it closer to your...
Okay. Closer, better?
Yes.
Okay. For educationalists and educators, almost any discussion on education and conflict would begin with Lynn Davis. In a 2011 article, she proposed a two-axis categorization of teaching about conflict. One axis differentiates positive from negative approaches to education on conflict, and it asks, what do we teach about conflict? This is not merely a question about the extent of information students get. It includes questions like, do we teach our students to aspire for dialogue, understand humanitarian law, or get personally concerned about the resolution of conflicts? Or rather, do we perpetuate negative approaches by refraining from teaching about conflicts, forging derogatory stereotypes, or considering war as inevitable, or worse, perpetuate hatred? Nonetheless, for Davis, education on conflict does not stop there, as it is equally important to ask what we teach students to do about conflict. Thus, Davis's second axis relates to action, examining whether students are encouraged to be active or passive in relation to peace and conflict. Providing information on wars and conflicts is not good education in itself, neither is participating in peace education encounters. Students need to understand how conflicts ought to be approached, and particularly they need to be taught not to remain idle and indifferent towards situations of conflict. In other words, it is imperative that students learn how to be political. The main purpose of my talk derives from Davis's second question on action. What I ask then is what constitutes a condition to teaching about conflict in a way that is neither abstract nor alienated. I therefore propose that if we care about peace education, we must not separate it from teaching about conflict, and furthermore, that being political is a precondition to citizenship education. In this vein, I want to argue in favor of political education as an antidote to prevailing tendencies of depoliticization. As I don't have much time to delve into empirical data, and since I presume each one of you can think of at least one event that exemplifies the issue at stake, my aim remains modest. What I propose here is to start a conversation by delineating the contours of what I see as a necessary debate about political education. I know that this term has gone out of fashion, but as I keep on thinking of civics education, citizenship education, peace education, humanitarian education, etc., it seems to me that by designating so many categories to one thing, we eventually simply miss a point. And the point is that while each concept is political in its own right, by exacerbating these divisions, we fail twice. First, by rendering these concepts apolitical, and second, by failing to prepare people for life, that is, for political life. Why do we teach about peace or coexistence and not about war and violence? Why do we teach on how specific patterns of consumption affect the environment and the ecological order, but avoid teaching on its impact on unionism, precarious employment, and poverty? When it is fine to talk about feminism or traditions and cultures, but not on rape, racism, or ethnicity? Well, an obvious, if not banal, answer is that it's morally good to learn about peace, environmentalism, or feminism. Thus, teaching peace is necessarily better than studying war or conflict. Yet, as we have learned from Davis's work, this is not constructive, since schools tend toward, and I quote, toward equilibrium rather than radical emergence. Hence, at best, they do not challenge existing social patterns, whereas at worst, they act as amplifying mechanisms for conflict rooted in the current social order. In this respect, where schools teach about peace and not on conflict, when they teach about environmentalism or feminism but not on the causes of injustice, they remain within the contours of the extant social order. Here, however, I disagree with Davis. It is not a relation of at best versus at worst. Rather, what she considers to be the best that they do, namely reiterating the consensus, is not everyone's consensus, nor a universal interest. Rather, they reiterate the common sense of the society's middle class, and hence, by refraining from teaching about conflict, rape, or precarious labor markets and racism, they at once doing what Davis sees as the worst, namely, they amplify mechanisms for conflict by depreciating politics and rendering the political devoid of its conflictual content. More specifically, these pedagogies normalize the quest for peace or a positive approach to environmentalism and feminism by emptying them from their political history while rendering war, violence, or unionism contentious, hence political, and therefore unlearnable. By the same token, they stamp the political as ugly, indeed as an interference to the benevolent goals that we, yes, this royal we, seek to fulfill. This, I believe, normalizes the politics of the middle class, thus leaving those at the outskirts or beyond the boundaries of the society's legitimate order to live and fight their own struggles on their own. We should bear in mind then that depoliticization, too, like many other things, does not spread evenly in society. It is an important lesson, an important thing to remember if we are interested in education as a democratic act. There are two main sources to depoliticization of education in capitalist democracies. One may be termed deportification, that is, dissociating the educational processes from partisan affiliations or influences. Thus, as part of the effort to nationalize education and in order to avoid partisan indoctrination, political parties were removed from schools and the educational bureaucracy was to become technocratic, professional, and politically unbiased. Needless to explain that the condition for this was that they were nationalists, namely loyal to the ideology of the state. In other words, inasmuch as the state acted to centralize education, it has become less tolerable to the airing of political ideologies at school. The other source of depoliticization is the market, also before neoliberalism. Bowles and Pintis' renowned 1976 book, Schooling in Capitalist America, posited, and I quote again, that schools prepare people for adult work roles by socializing people to function well and with no complaint in the hierarchical structure of the modern corporation or public office. Later, they disclosed, resonating my previous point, that their scholastic mission began with a political action. It started off as a series of background papers prepared for Martin Luther King Jr. and for Senator Robert Kennedy. In their book, they further argue that the school, to achieve its disciplinary function, needed to be stripped of its political, that is, ideological guise, while masquerading its importance for the well-functioning of the market. Still, this helped fostering capitalism rather than democracy was not to be considered political, but again, a necessity of the market. With the advancement of neoliberalism, depoliticization became even more salient. The focus on the individual's needs and choices and the depreciation of political ideologies against the rise of technocracy further contributed to the de-ideologization of education. A new phase of biopolitics and new forms of governmentality emerged based on what Nicholas Rose has termed the death of the social, and which gave rise to a new focus on the community as an answer to Thatcher's most famous claim that there is no such thing as society, only individuals and families. With a greater emphasis on choice, not as a means to improve integration and equity, but rather as a market tool, schooling has become an arena for competition between and over the fittest. Only one form of politics has become allowed into the school, that is beyond neoliberalism itself, and that is nationalism. This revealed the Janus-faced state, as my colleagues Yossi Yona and Yossi Dahan aptly argue for the Israeli case, a weak state that withdraws from managing education and a strongly interfering state when it comes to imposing educational goals and standards in and for the market. And of course, in instilling in the students the aura of nationalism. As Michael Apple claimed, this was not a depoliticized education system, but rather a rightist resurgence of conservative modernism that needed to be interrupted, in his words. Where does this leave us in 2014? I want to pause for a moment and take a diversion from my discussion on education to explain why I'm insisting on making my analysis time-specific. If I spoke to you 6 years ago, much of what I've said and will say would have sounded unfamiliar and to a degree philosophical maneuvering. It is therefore significant that we speak after the 2008 economic crunch and the 2011 worldwide anti-neoliberal social protest. It's in short a time when the perils of neoliberalism are out in the open, and when the promise of neoliberalism to trickle down has not been fulfilled, and actually that we came to realize that it has not been fulfilled. Thus, I believe the protest is not yet over, and one thing that has extended from the physical occupation of the public spaces in 2011 is the resurgence of a new passion for politics. Indeed, much of it is taking place in the social virtual media, but not only there, whereas nor the schoolyard, neither the classroom were truly devoid of politics, and while both teachers and students were constantly confronting political issues, it appears that after 2011, being political has gained new legitimacy. Two indications are a group of teachers in Israel tellingly called I Am a Political Teacher, who since 2011 are advancing political education for the and I quote from their website, they cannot dissociate their political personality from them being educated. And another group in the US, teachers who join forces with their students, again I quote, in order to organize and win reforms that will help our public schools not only to survive but to strive. In both cases, these actions go against the grain of choice and exclusivity that characterizes education in the 1990s. These examples, as well as other student-led initiatives, attest to a qualitative leap in political awareness within schools. Teachers and students are not simply politically active, but they become activists. The difference between these two terms is significant. In Engin Ayşen's view, the former, active, points to action within the existing order, whereas the latter, activists, refers to acts that extend beyond the habitual and that seek to stretch the rules of the game. And here is where political education becomes a more adequate framework to conceptualize our approach to citizenship, civics, or peace education. Again, what schools are missing is not civic citizenship or peace education as a means to shape an understanding of the world beyond the classroom or the immediate environment. Rather, these programs are lacking in organizing principle, that which connects the dots between these various concepts and, more importantly, which helps us explain what is and what is not learnable. Thus, by introducing conflictual matters into the educational process, and when I'm talking here about conflict, it's in the widest meaning of this term, because we can talk about different kinds of conflict, not only wars, of course. We teach students that politics is not that which stands against or in the way of our benign goals of peace and harmony, but rather politics is about taking sides and making a point at times fighting for a cause. This will also help us dissociate politics from corruption, simply because there is more to politics than corruption, and because political power is not only destructive or ugly as it seems in the public discourse, but also constructive, especially when it allows the disadvantaged access to power. In this vein, I wish in final analysis to stress one point before concluding. Depoliticization, as understood here, is in fact the weapon of the powerful. It is a tool in the hands of the state, fostering its monopoly over the national identity, the capitalist by rendering the needs of the market normal, and of course the middle class, which is still the backbone of the capitalist society, despite its vulnerability as of late. Hence, the condition of depoliticization is in fact a highly politicized situation, where not only talking politics is rendered illegitimate or illegal sometimes, but when the dominating strata enjoys a state of hegemony. For this reason, there is an uneven price to be paid for unsettling the state of depoliticization. To be blunt, the price for crossing the line from the left is way higher than it is when the line is crossed from the right, if the latter are even being called upon to pay any price. Hence, even the conclusion of this talk must be political. Looking forward rather than into the present, I wish to propose two endings to my talk, one pessimistic and the other hopefully optimistic. What stands between them is us as educators and citizens. These contrasting endings are separated by our own conception of social theory and by our choice to adopt one approach or the other. Raymond Geuss, a Cambridge-based philosopher, sought to clarify the distinction between scientific and social theory. Thus, and I quote, he says, although scientific theories may be used to predict natural events like eclipses or to predict what will happen if agents decide to use these theories in certain ways, they can't in general be used to predict whether or not the agents will decide to use them. And he continues, the critical theory then does not predict that the agency in the society will adopt and use the theory to understand themselves and transform their society. Rather, it demands that they adopt the...
I'm honored to be sitting here and responding to two people whose work I really respect, and I'm always challenged by it, so it's really, really humbling that I'm here responding to them. And I thank everybody at AHDR to give me this opportunity to be here and to share and to experience this conference and following workshops tomorrow with you. The three things that I will maybe pick up from what both of the speakers have said today and would like to lay emphasis on is, both of them said something about the impact of the neoliberal economy on education, peace education, and society in general. And whereas when we learn from Madam Pam Christie is that that moral imagination that she talked about, which was so hopeful and which was almost idealistic and utopic when there was an actual struggle involved, when there was an obvious other and an obvious wrong that you were going to address for the future, when the Bill of Rights were introduced, and when freedom was gained, when the moral imagination kind of met some of its goals, there was this surreptitious undertone of this new world where the neoliberal state, not in a very obvious way, is doing the exact same thing that the moral imagination sought to undo or to overcome. So the challenges of poverty, the challenges of social disintegration, the challenges that, voices which were silenced very surreptitiously, not very obviously. Because when there's an obvious silencing of voices, it's easy to take the streets and march. But when there is a surreptitious silence of voices in a manner where you co-opt dissent and where you kind of make everything look fluffy and nice because you put one token somebody here and one token somebody there and you speak about it, then it's more of a challenge. And what Gal had to say about that is very, very, very important. This happens more and more so when you depoliticize education. Most people, when I went to study peace education, said you are being a traitor because you are going to now come and whitewash everything and say let's hug everybody and let's sing a song, and that's their idea of peace education. But people who do work in peace education, they do know that it is far more deeper than this. It's not, of course, there is good food and singing is part of it, but it is only the superficial part of it. The real challenge is how do we challenge ourselves and our community to become more and more inclusive, to get more voices onto the forum. And that is a very political act, because when you do that, you challenge status quo. And we can't forget that we also come from status quo. And we are also wielding a certain power and privilege. And so it is also a transformative act for yourself as much as it is for society. And it's a very, very political act. So I'm very glad this neoliberal debate normally doesn't take place very openly. It gets wrapped up as you're leftist, as he said, and then you're kind of stuck and you can't cross over. A right-wing person saying more of what I just said would be more acceptable, but a left-wing, automatically our walls go up and you're like, this person is anyway crazy, we don't want to take it into consideration. So I'm really glad that these were highlighted by both the speakers. The other challenge, and which is very, very important also, is this whole concept of nationalism. It's taking a really, I think the last 10 years has been very challenging for the notion of nationalism globally. And it is, now we are witnessing a wave of, I think, a resurgence of the old versions of nationalism, where the tendency to be more nationalistic is becoming more and more higher because the disparities in the globe is raising. When you have more disparities, then the concept to hold on to the traditional notions of nationalism becomes more and more apparent. And that is also creating a clash, because there's also the opening up of the world with the World Wide Web, and so we are getting to get a lot of information. So there's this polarity which is emerging, where people are going inwards and holding on to fundamentalism more strongly. At the same time, there's an exploding out of more voices. And
this brings us to what both of them also highlighted, is that it is very important for us to keep in mind context. It is very important to keep in mind the contextual conditions and the fact that all this is a continuum. We cannot look at them as bits and pieces and fragments. And the whole work is based on continuum. Madam Pam Christie actually highlighted the three concepts of peace education which are very dear to me. First is the understanding of the micro and the macro context. The micro is as important, the everyday life. If the transformation is not coming in the everyday life, then you have a problem. As is the macro. You cannot say, as he said, you cannot depoliticize. I'm just looking after my everyday life, I'm nice to my neighbor, so I'm okay. No, you're not nice to your neighbor, but when you don't speak up, if you're a bystander, then also there is a problem. So the micro and the macro link of peace education is really, really important. The second is the pedagogy of hope. The pedagogy of hope or the pedagogy of dreams is really, really important, the moral imagination. And it's not one thing that you come up with a blueprint or utopia and that's the end of it. It's a constant dialogue with self. And unless you're doing that constant dialogue, it's not going to be an exclusive imagination. It's going to be a very, very dictatorial and will be antithesis to what's happening. And lastly, what I would like to highlight also is the whole concept of getting away from the binaries. I think both of them talked about getting away from the binaries because conflict forces you to think in binaries. But if you truly study conflict, then it forces you to actually understand the complexities which exist there. And I'm a firm believer that conflict is needed in society. But as I believe that peace is not the absence of conflict, but it is the ability to have imagination to deal with conflict. And violence is the most unimaginative way of dealing with conflict. So I think both the speakers highlighted this aspect, and I'm very, very, very glad to have heard both of them in person. I had two questions that came into my mind, having spent 5 days in Cyprus today, which I would like to pose to both the speakers. First is that I noticed that in Cyprus, the binary is very, very important. And I was just told by somebody that there's also 80,000 Buddhist people living in Cyprus. But somewhere it's Turkish Cypriot, Greek Cypriot, therefore the Orthodox Greek Church and the Muslim community. That's the conflict. But what about the silent communities in Cyprus? What, in your experience, can maybe help look at these, to break away from the polarity and the binary, and how political education can help in that? And second is this whole rise of, I think, right-wing tendency globally, I would say. There's a rise right now, and young people are getting more and more involved in right-wing politics, and a lot of right-wing parties are coming into power. Unfortunately, if we are very unlucky in India, we'll have a genocide perpetrator as Prime Minister next month, called Narendra Modi. He is responsible for killing over 3,000 Muslims in 2002. So there's a large tendency towards right-wing politics. And I also heard, like 3 days ago, Limassol had an attack of some political party, meeting was attacked by right-wing people. So my question to you is, in this situation, how do you respond to young people who are getting drawn towards these tendencies because it's convenient and hate sells far quicker than peace, and peace is about a process and you can't blitzkrieg it. So how do you perceive political education, because it can have a tendency to also bring in the right-wing tendencies even more? How do you perceive political or peace education responding to this tendency in the world? So thank you so much, and over to both of you.
I just want to check if Pam can hear us. Pam, are you with us? I was also told that there's a student of Pam's in the room. Maybe he or she can identify. Welcome. And maybe you would like to help the context of distances in responding to questions. It's up to you, or introduce yourself. bear with us and the technology.
We're only talking about civil and political education, not technological education.
And how to overcome borders and distances in this global village that we live in. Pam?
Yes.
Were you with us? We did not pay attention. Were you with us during the second speaker, the whole panel? Were you able to hear?
Unfortunately, I wasn't with you. Unfortunately, I wasn't. So I've just been waiting here.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
We've just concluded the panel with the respondent, and we're just opened up for 10-15 minutes to questions and answers to your presentations. And I would like to take, I take a couple of questions, and then we can respond. But maybe we can direct our questions to Pam before we lose them.
Hello, Pam. Can you hear me?
No, you have to...
Yes?
Okay.
I'm interested in how you feel that education can cope with dominant communities that lose their position or feel their position threatened. You've talked about the process in South Africa going so far, but the big challenge is yet to come. How do you deal with once dominant groupings who feel threatened that their power is on the wane?
Yes.
Are there any more questions to Pam? One more. You can just identify yourselves.
Hello everyone, my name is Studio. Actually, my questions not just related to Pam or to general public. If you've got something to say, I will appreciate that. I want to appreciate the intellects here, sharing their ideas, and a lot of things have been done. I'm glad to be here. But I need to ask a question. This issue of Cyprus has been lingering for over 40 years. By July, 50 years, even 50, I think so correct. What do you really think that needs to be done? What is the way forward? What has not really been done? Why is it that these efforts that have been put in place, for so many years, we just attend programs, go back home, and the issue continues? What's really, lacking? So I just want us to relate that to what is happening right now. Thank you.
One more question and we'll...
I didn't hear that question. I was going to ask you please to repeat it.
The question was, if you could link your talks to the context of Cyprus, the situation has been lingering on for over 50 years, what should be done now? But that was the question of one of our participants.
Pam, context where, sorry? Link my talk to the context?
To Cyprus.
In Cyprus.
Can we say that after the death of Mandela, because Mandela also implemented many reforms in South Africa, after the death of Mandela, will it affect to, how could it affect to the social life and educational life to South Africa? Are you pessimistic or optimistic? Thank you.
Okay.
Can you repeat that question for me as well?
Okay.
The question was, has the situation in South Africa been has improved or has it deteriorated after the death of Nelson Mandela in the case of education.
Yeah.
And the question was, are you optimistic or pessimistic?
Okay.
Okay.
So shall I go back?
Yes, go ahead.
In terms of the first question about dominant communities being threatened, I think that if a community really is a dominant community, it manages to provide education of what it considers to be quality, either within or outside of a state system. Now, in South Africa, at the time of transition, the real issue was whether the bulk of white people would stay in a public system of education or move to a private system. The solution that was adopted was to allow the schools to have governing bodies which could charge fees and thereby stay within a state system as semi-private schools. That was a compromise solution that was reached, because I think if people have the resources or even the political will, they will provide for education either within or outside of a system. I think it's very difficult to work with powerful groups in education. I think in South Africa what has happened is the next generation of children don't believe that it is anything to do with them, and they feel resentful if in any way they're expected to take responsibility for the inequalities that exist. I find in those kinds of contexts it's difficult to work, but one has to work, I believe, with concepts of justice that enable people to step outside of their conditions onto another terrain and talk about the situation. But working with dominant communities is it's very important to do that. Very important, but not easy. In terms of the last question, I should say about the second question, I'm afraid I don't know enough about the context in Cyprus to answer that. So I might have to pass on that question unless I can get some more guidelines. As far as the situation after Mandela, I think that before Mandela died, when Mandela, in a way, Mandela was the person who held a certain kind of moral authority. There isn't that any longer and hasn't been for quite a long time. In terms of the government and the sense of the moral imagination, to go back to what I was talking about, I think that neoliberal political conditions overwhelm a lot of good intentions. Do I feel optimistic? I believe in being optimistic, because there is a sense in which we have to shape the future that we want in the present where we are. I can't say that it is easy in South Africa at the moment, because once we could say it was the legacy of apartheid that we were dealing with, but now we are dealing as well with 20 years of, in many cases, policy mistakes which are not necessarily being acknowledged. That said, I do remain optimistic, but the work is hard.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take another round of questions. Maybe we'll give the floor to, if you don't mind, just one second. If there's nobody, I'll immediately turn to you. Just to give a chance to others as well, who are more shy.
Thank you. My question goes to Professor Levy. Is it okay? Can you hear me? I mean, my question is whether the politicization of education could lead into a kind of moral relativism, in the sense of whoever has power can enforce whatever kind of educational aims they want to impose, and then we are fine with it because that's the name of the game, you know. And in this spirit, where does the sense of good pedagogy go? Is there any sense of good pedagogy beyond the political aim, according to that kind of view?
Dr. Dal, thank you very much for your presentation, and of course some questions also right in my head. So I would like to say that during the Cold War, before 1980s or 1970, there were Keynesian politics, so welfare systems also in the capitalist countries. You know, even under these states, the working class children also could have, of course it was not very easy for them in those times. Capitalist system was very oppressive on themselves, but they could have educated themselves. But after 1980s, during the neoliberal policies, you know, even the education was privatized, and even those children, working class children, confronted very difficult policies or very difficult systems, and they couldn't have now, for the present, they can't have educated themselves because of the taxes, because of the tuitions, because of the fees. There are lots of problems for these people, for working class children. So, as an academician, what do you propose as a system, you know, in order to also to help these people to educate their children? What do you propose? What is your imagined system for a new or prospective future? Thank you.
I would suggest just to ask whether we have another question or a final question for Professor Christie, because we have.
Sorry. Yes. We're going to take questions for you, Professor Christie, in order not to keep you waiting, and there's one more question.
No problem.
The question is for both professors,
Okay.
if they are able to answer. As I see it, we have a time frame right now.
Can you hear?
No, I can't hear. If you repeat the question, that's easiest.
At the moment, we have a time frame that is really convenient for some people. For example, we have the Turkish flag this way, the Greek flag that way. Some people are happy. The only one that seems not to be happy is us here trying to find an alternative solution. So my answer is, if there was something like this in South Africa, how do you force the communities to work together? Because some people are already happy and convenient with the situation. How will you force the communities to work together in order to be more productive and more helpful to each other?
The question is that the status quo right now in Cyprus seems to be such that people are comfortable with it, and the person who's asking the question is saying, what if this was a situation in South Africa, because it's only a minority, according to him, who want a solution in Cyprus. If that was a situation in South Africa, what would you do? And the word he used was to force them to want to cooperate or to find a peaceful coexistence or a solution.
If I'm hearing you, you're saying that a number of people are happy enough with the status quo and don't want to shift it. So how do you get them to shift it? Is that what I'm being asked?
Right.
You know, I'm not really sure how that happens. And I don't know that it happens in the realm of education. I think that working with this, I do believe that education has a role to play in getting people to understand their society and want something better. But I also feel at the moment, like in South Africa, economic conditions overwhelm. And in some ways, What we see in South Africa actually is a lot of civic protest. It's just that it's in poor communities, perhaps more protest, continued protest action than before, or than people even realize, because it's happening in poor communities. I don't know how one shifts. I'm not. I would have answered you with more confidence 10 years ago. At the moment, I don't know. I don't feel confident in that sense about what to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. Well, I try to touch upon some of the questions and the points that were raised. First of all, I'm not a pedagogist, and I'm not sure. I don't want to claim something that I'm not, and I don't want to try to make proposals. And I'm concerned, as you are, about the fear of moral relativism when you bring ideology and you politicize the school. And however, I think that the other option, the one that I was trying to describe here, is worse. It's the difference between covert and an open situation. You know, it's when you know what are the interests that are in play, or it's different than the situation when you don't know whose interests are in play. So I don't necessarily have the practical answers, but I think that the concerns are in place, and I think that this should be part of the things that need to be discussed and articulated into and formulated into pedagogies and curricula, etc. I also think that your comment about working classes is very much in place. I mean, when we are looking back 40 or 50 years ago, I think that one of the major differences was that we had formal education system, but we had also a lot of informal education processes in society. And in those times, in those times, the unions, for example, were much more active in the field of education in different ways, directly and indirectly. And I think that they created the conditions for a different or alternative options for education. And slowly but surely, or not slowly but surely, the state monopolized and the education system and managed to, and again, not also the informal education processes and of course to bring down the unions in general. And then again, as I was trying to say here, those who pay the price are those from the working classes, not those from the middle class. I want to make another comment about your question about the binary in which we tend to look at this situation. I think that you're completely right. I mean, it's first of all, it's about those silenced communities. And it's true for Israel, Palestine, it's true for Cyprus, and for other situations. And of course, there are a lot of other communities that fall in between, and the question of their needs, interests, their visibility, their presence is crucial for their for them. And I think that beyond that, this binary outlook is problematic because it paints everything in the colors of the conflict. And I mean, once we know how everyday life behaves, so we know that there are many more shadows, and there are many more interactions between between the people that cross-cut those binary situations. And I think this is one of the things that I enjoyed seeing yesterday in the movie. I mean, when you take, because it gave you this kind of understanding that you can look at the same time, you can look at the situation of conflict at two levels, two parallel levels, the level of governments and politicians and the official discourse, and then you look at it at the level of the people and their interactions, again, within and outside the conflict. And when they are conflicted, in conflicted situations, when they are trying to resolve their own conflict situation, and again, this binary is problematic also there. The last point that I think I wanted to make was about your point about the dominant group. I think it's really important, and I think this is part of the problem, and perhaps something that also transpired from what Pam was saying about South Africa, is that in order to really transform the education system, the way it works, the way it thinks about the conflicts in the specific society, the way it educates about them, you have to transform the dominant group. You have to transform in the sense of, first of all, making them understand the privilege, the privileges that they enjoy, and then try to see what you do with those privileges. I mean, you don't want to deprive people, but you have to put, first of all, you have to put those privileges on the table. You have to say, okay, and now what are you willing to give up in order to transform the situation? Because as it came up from Pam's answer, so the white community in South Africa, so they found new paths now for education, and so maybe they don't exploit the state's budget anymore to the extent they did before, and they do it privately, but still it reproduces these power relations.
Thank you. Excuse me, may I please have the permission to make, to answer or to make a suggestion to the gentleman? I'm sorry. Sorry about that. May I please have the permission to either answer to the gentleman here or maybe make a suggestion about his question?
Okay. I will not stop you, just I'm conscious of the time. Please do that because we have to give the floor to the President to conclude.
I would like to just say that I don't believe that all people are content with the flag, the north side or this side. I want to say that our problem is that we leave other people arrange things for us, and I think that we are quite a few people here that we could, as ambassadors, let's say, transfer this, let's say, need to educate, let's say, people from both sides. I think that Turkish people and Greek people, if they work together, I mean, if we can help other people understand and maybe acknowledge that they are not happy with the situation. So I think it's a matter between Turkish people and Greek Cypriots, because I don't think it's a matter of Greece or Turkey. I don't know if anyone agrees, but that's my opinion. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments. I want to, conscious of the time, I want to thank our distinguished panelists and the respondent for their presentations, for guiding us, as well as you for your engagement and being patient with technology and Skype, and Pam Christie being in South Africa. I would like to give the floor to our president, Dr. Kyriakos Papoulidis, to conclude this session with the kind of challenging way forward to see that we're not just bystanders and passive actors, but political actors where we can bring about a change in Cyprus.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for having the patience to stay till now and follow the presentations and the discussions. I would like to thank also the panelists, the presenters and the discussants for their contribution. It was indeed an important experience for me personally, but I think for everybody here to have the opportunity to listen different opinions that do not that dealing with the issue of crisis of conflict in education, and or I would say conflict at education or outside education, and in a way that gave us the opportunity to link to different ways of thought. I will say that it's important for Cyprus discussions like that to be linked to the current political situation. It is indeed a problem for us that while we understand the impact and the importance of education in formating social and national identities, despite the fact that we realize how important the role of how education is linked to the political climate and environment, in the same time we tend to prefer an apolitical education, pretending and saying that we prefer an education that will be dealing with knowledge and information, and not with the moral obligations of a society. What I learned through these sessions is that we are responsible as educators, but also as political actors and citizens, to claim and demand for what we understand as our moral obligation. And peace, it cannot be but a moral obligation. Reconciliation cannot be but a moral obligation. We cannot let, I think, approaches that tend to emphasize the neutral character of knowledge and science to dominate, because I think that in this way we leave the space to the nationalistic discourse, as Elazar has clearly described, to dominate and fill the empty space that this approach provides. We are not. We need to. There is a field for people that believe in peace, that people believe in reconciliation. Not to oblige. We cannot force people to be our followers. We cannot force people to be supporters of peace. However, I think that it's any society has a moral obligation to peace, not only for their members, but also for the members of any other group that linked to this. So it's one thing to say that we prefer a neutral education, and it's another thing to say that of course we would like to promote a neutral education based on science, scientific knowledge, but this should be linked to our moral obligation to peace and our moral obligation to the future prospect of our society. Of course, I have more to say in regards to concepts that have been used and how these can be related to Cyprus. But I'm afraid that I'm not in a position right now to undertake such a huge endeavor. I would like to close the workshop, the conference here. But before doing this, I would like to remind you for tomorrow's workshops. We start.
There's a change in
We have a change? Yeah, sure.
So tomorrow we have a slight change in the plan. It was scheduled to have 3 simultaneous workshops at 3 slots, which is going to change now. The first slot remains the same, and all 3 workshops taken by Gal, Louise and I remain the same. The first slot is not changed. The second slot is Louise's workshop, and the people who were in Louise and my workshop will go to Gal's workshop. So there's only Louise's workshop and the gender workshop as the second slot. The last slot is Louise's workshop and the Safe Spaces workshop, which is my workshop, as the last slot. So it's not going to be simultaneous, they're going to be a combination after the first session.
Okay, and to explain this according to the... Yes, so then we start at quarter to 10 with the registration. People who will participate to the workshop will be divided in 3 groups. Then, according to the colors they will be given, they will have a color to...
On your folder.
Okay. The first workshop will last from 10 to 11:30 and will be as planned, as been in your program. The second workshop will be from 12 to 1:30, and this will have, instead of 2 sessions, but will be information will be given tomorrow as well. And the third session again is from 2:30 to 4. Thank you for coming again. Now what follows now is we suggest a tour, an alternative to the Nicosia across the existing divide, and you are welcome to join us.
So will that be right now?
Yes.
So we need to have a break.
We leave in 10 minutes for the tour.
Now it's 4:30.
It says 4:30.
4:30, yeah. So we have, sorry, it's my mistake.
So just to conclude, we would also like to go on the model tour of Nicosia. The program remains, just one second. There was a bit of misunderstanding. The walking tour is, as the program says, at 4:30. And I've been reminded that there was one question that Theodore asked that was not being responded by the panelists, that was about Cyprus. As the panelists were Israel and South Africa, that was not the question directed at them. But my suggestion is, as the meeting is finished, to have the opportunity to talk to the speakers if you want Gal's perspective or the others, or to have a discussion with us about our perception, or in the workshop, or what do we think we have to do in Cyprus, and why isn't this conflict resolved? It's a big one-day lecture, maybe 1 week.